Hello, welcome to Heady Remarks. Looking at the camera. Always get nervous. Oh, I guess I should tweet it. I was totally planning on doing my next episode about the internet, like the development of the internet, the ARPANET and all that, and sort of have it be about surveillance and privacy and stuff. So that I was for a while, listening to audiobooks about that kind of thing, and that's what I was planning on doing. But someone that I follow on X, not Twitter, posted a video from the YouTube channel We Are the People Utah, We Are the People UT, and I watched that video and I saw this investigative reporter, kind of an independent investigative reporter, was on talking about a situation not only in Utah, but very local and current. Unlike a lot of the stuff I get into, a lot of the stuff I talk about is like historical and the past kind of thing. And became kind of obsessed. So that's what I'm going to talk about. And I wouldn't say that I know everything that there is to know about it yet, but sometimes I have to just live stream impulsively or else I will never do it because it's scary. I'm not very good at it either. But yeah, I just wanted to sort of share this story because it's crazy. And I remember a friend of mine, let's call him my Telegram friend, had once, he's really into cults, and he was wanting to tell me about, oh, hello. Thank you. Nice to see you as well, Mr. Smith 118. So, well, how do I start? Just to give a little context, so what I'm going to be talking about is a secret cult that appears to be operating within the LDS Church, not sanctioned or condoned by the LDS Church or, in any official way, but they're secretive, and they use the LDS Church, the Mormons, as a cover sort of thing. They outwardly appear to be LDS, Latter-day Saints, but secretly there's this multi-generational Luciferian cult. It's already sounding crazy, which works to their advantage, by the way. A part of me was like, do they really believe all this stuff? Or is this just an excuse to abuse children, their own children most of the time, but also each other's children? And they get into trouble sometimes when they I guess they just get so used to abusing children that they can't stop, and they abuse children that aren't, whose families aren't a part of the group. And then they get in trouble with they might have to visit the Punisher, because there are roles within this cult, which apparently they call each other the group, or, just LDS Church of Satan. In the witness statements, which I printed off, there's 8 of them. They're referred to the CS or the LDS CS. So it's very specific to the LDS. So it's they believe a lot of the similar things as far as for instance, if you don't know about LDS beliefs, they believe that in the premortal existence, Jesus and Satan were spirit brothers, or brothers, I guess. And God was their father in a way, heavenly father, And it's these people just took all the beliefs of the LDS Church and chose to side with and worship Lucifer, who, the story goes that Lucifer wanted to take over. He wanted, to make sure that all of God's children made it back to him by taking away free will. And then Jesus's, suggestion was that we need to have free will. It's important to have free will. So we'll, do things a little differently, and that's how they can earn their way back to being with Heavenly Father. And so like this group of people believe that, well, I'll read some of these witness statements. I don't know how, I wish I could just read all of them out loud on here. I kind of think it's important for people to know what these say. But yeah, there's a current court case going on with a man named David Hamblin. You can watch the We Are the People Shadows of Power series that they keep adding to it too. It's they've got it on a playlist on their YouTube channel. We Are the People Utah. It's like Jason Preston and I think it's his wife, must be. And so anyway, oh my God, I'm not being coherent. Is this a Mormon? Why? What's the topic? The topic is a secret religion within a religion of Luciferians, of people pretending to be Mormons who are Luciferians, basically. They worship Satan. And that symbol Y is very important to them. It's like the only sacred symbol I've really have come across so far looking into this that they seem to have. When they pray, they're like this. Oh, you can't see that. They throw their arms up like this when they pray. And instead of folding their arms. And it's so that the spirit of Lucifer can enter them or whatever. And not necessarily just Lucifer, but Lucifer's followers or spirits, so that they can possess them. And they do these terrible, horrible things to, I guess, please Lucifer. And yeah, so it all sort of started with David Hamlin. And then, okay, I forgot to say, like, I was raised LDS, but I got out pretty early. I hit my teens and I, nowadays I say I believe in God, but I don't get too specific about it. I have a lot of questions about whatever, like but I respect, I like Christians. I respect them. I do consider Mormons Christian. I know there's arguments about that, but they, see, this is the thing. Like this is already going to happen. So this is the thing is it's not the Mormons doing this stuff. It's people pretending to be Mormons. They're doing things that real Mormons, which they don't really want to be called anymore. They're going to be called Latter-day Saints, but whatever. They would find it absolutely evil and disgusting and offensive. A lot of the people trying to take these people down now are Mormons. So, but I sort of rebelled. I became, like not, I don't claim to be Christian. I respect Christians, and I like them. They're fine. They're good. And I actually went from having a chip on my shoulder about being forced to do religious stuff as a kid to, and I rejected it and sort of pushed back. And then I sort of lost that chip on my shoulder, decided I respect their beliefs, their religion. Like, I like the culture. The people are good people. I love them. See, this is the problem is, like, I just went to a rally today because Shalom Levitt was supposed to give a speech. She ended up not showing up, probably because of the rally. And, I was handing out flyers about what she's implicated in being a part of in these victim statements. And one of the men that I handed it to, he goes, he sort of looked at it for a minute, and he's like, if you have a problem with LDS people giving speeches, then why don't you just not attend the speech? And I was like, most of these people are LDS. We're not talking about the LDS. We're talking about people who have infiltrated the LDS and are secretly at night, all hours of the night, in their private time, in their houses or wherever, sometimes in public, sometimes in cemeteries, but they always have lookouts, committing horrific acts of ritualistic child sex abuse. And it's, they consider the abuse of the kids a sacrifice to Satan in a way. Like, they'll have like a spirit possess them, and then they'll be like, this spirit wants me to rape a child. Maybe I should say grape. I noticed a lot of people do that. Yeah, well, yeah, the Masonic symbols, like, long time no see, hey. Yeah, so, God, I'm all over the place as usual. anyway, I lost the chip on my shoulder. I sort of became defensive of Mormons, and I started, let Utah be Utah. And I came to like feel defensive of it and see that it was sort of almost like under attack. And this I also see as an attack of the local culture, which for the most part is good and healthy, and I love it and I love them. And I'm just not, I'm not necessarily a believer in that, but I'm supportive. I'm an ally. Anyway, so it's just crazy. Let me just get into it, I guess. Like, maybe I should share something. Hold on. David Hamblin. There's a person named David Hamblin who is, dang, I wish someone did snap a photo of him at the thing, and I saved it, but I forgot to get it ready. There's a man named David Hamblin who, years ago in the 80s, he had 4 daughters. They were born in this order: Rachel, I think Eliza came next, and then Catherine, I think. I could have Eliza and Catherine mixed, and Miriam. So these 4 daughters were born. And the way this cult works is like both the parents had also been put through this regime of abuse. So they do it to their kids, and the kids are expected to carry on the tradition and abuse their children in that same way. So I don't know, maybe I should... I kind of do want to read some of this just to get an idea of like the lore. These first 2 are Rachel, and it's weird, someone did a grandma request, GRAMA. It's like a FOIA request, and a lot of the things that are redacted in these are just words. Like, there are names that are redacted, but there's a lot of names that aren't redacted. So I was able to type up a list of the people. And this isn't going to be all of the people involved, this is just going to be people that Rachel and the sisters themselves witnessed participating in this satanic group's behaviors and crimes. So it's not complete, but yeah. So their parents are David and Roselle Hamblin. Rosie. She just got arrested a couple like recently as well. They had Rachel, Eliza, Catherine, Miriam, and then their friends, David and Shalom Levitt. So Shalom Levitt was supposed to give a speech on like, it was like, it's like Utahns against pornography, something like that. And she is a therapist. A lot of these people have PhDs or are therapists, and they use that position, it seems, in a lot of ways to act as gatekeepers. But yeah, it's just so inappropriate. I have to say allegedly for all of this. I believe what these sisters wrote is true, but allegedly nothing's been like 100% proven in a court of law because it keeps not going to trial. So like, it seems like the prosecutors almost, like, I'm suspicious it's on purpose, are messing things up, like not turning over evidence to the defense so that charges get dismissed. Like, David Hamblin should have been convicted a long time ago of stuff over and over again. Like, it seems like he's being protected. And yeah, so David and Roselle Hamblin are their parents, but Rosie and David's parents are also like Karma DeJong Anderson is Rosie's mother. She's deceased now. I think both her parents are. Her father was Richard Lloyd Anderson. So they did this stuff to her and her siblings. And David Hamblin's parents, the 4 sisters' grandparents, paternal grandparents, did it to David. And where is it? And David's parents were Robert Hamblin and June Hamblin. And I don't know if either of them are still alive, but and his brothers, his sisters, like, allegedly are child abusers. And I don't know. I'm I'm just going to get right into it. So hold on, let me share page. Present. Okay, let's see. Share screen. Which screen? Let's do. Entire screen. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so got my pictures here. This is an older photo. Let me put it over here of the Hamblin family. So that's David, Rosie, Roselle, and I think this must be Rachel here, and this must be Eliza. I think Eliza is the second born, or it's Catherine. But yeah, they just look like a totally normal LDS family, you know. This was probably the 80s or 90s. And yeah, it's just weird because I usually talk about things from like history or whatever, but this is like current. Like I went to the Manti Temple, or not the Manti Temple, the Manti Courthouse to be there when there's a guy named Tobias Schroeder who, because David Hamblin was a therapist, Tobias Schroeder was recommended to him by Joe and Lee Benyon, and they like to sue people, and so this is all allegedly, you know. They live in Spring City. Okay, quiet. Yeah, Alpine, Utah is said to have like a lot of these people. So should I just read all the names? First of all, one of these guys, Craig Christensen, and his wife, Susan Suki Christensen, she is David Hamblin's sister. They're named in these documents as doing horrific things. Oh, what the hell? Okay, stop messaging me right now, please. They're gonna be I think he just became a bishop in his ward with the normal LDS Church, and yeah, she was David Hamblin's sister, and there's a lot of incest and stuff like. Damn, I don't even know where to begin. So okay. Maybe I'll look at this one. This gives you, this is written by Rachel, the daughter, the firstborn, and she was given the role of the peacemaker. And basically what that means is like she was expected to keep her sisters behaving themselves and not, you know, rebelling or disobeying or telling anyone what was happening, and just, you know, keeping the peace, as it was, yeah. Not what you usually think when you think of peace, you know, keeping them quiet, basically, because she could be punished if her sisters acted out. It was like she was expected to keep them in line. So here she sort of gives like a little bit of an overview of the lore. It says, in the Church of Satan, we were part of different groups who varied in some practices. The doctrine was sometimes confusing because of disagreements in interpretation from group to group. For instance, Redacted often said he followed this is David. For instance, David often said he followed the spirit of the law, whereas he said Redacted Anderson, that's Richard Anderson, Rosie's father, followed the letter of the law. So this is the sort of fascinating thing about it, is like there's like the old school Satanists, LDS Satanists, who have their traditional views and ways of doing things. And then David Hamblin started getting into sort of like this new agey sort of inspired by Native American stuff. Like he seems to have a little bit of he seems to think he's a Native American now. He has very long gray hair, and he had like this thing that looked like Native American-y. I don't even know what it was when I saw him at the court, but yeah, he just has that look. Anyway, so and he started introducing like peyote into it, and so he sort of tried to spice it up with his own little stuff that the more traditional, classic, older members were like, what is this? It's just kind of funny, but yeah. So the letter. Redacted group. Okay, so Richard's group, Rosie's father, the grandpa, was traditional and, from what we were told, very much looked down on members with no pedigree or bloodline. Yeah, so they're all about this bloodline stuff. They were also generally more specific and exact about the ceremonies, whereas my father sometimes added or changed them according to his current revelation. At times, this really angered my grandfather, who often criticized David, her father, as being narcissistic. Despite the disagreements, however, all the groups still generally followed the high councils, or at least had a common desire for secrecy and protection for satanic worship. So there's something called the High Council. And apparently, when she went before them, they're all wearing masks. So it's very, what was that movie? Eyes Wide Shut, kind of. That's what it makes me think of. This is probably Rosie. It says redacted, but Rosie emphasized that we needed to be thin because they said in the church, CS, Church of Satan. By the way, so nothing to do with like Anton LaVey Church of Satan, nothing to do with like Satanic Temple. These people do not have a website. It's secret. It was important for young girls to be beautiful and attractive. My mother was very critical of any fat we had on our bodies and put us on diets and cleanses, which many times just consisted of withholding food. And then she starts talking about the opposite game mentioned earlier in her first statement. So this is part 1 and 2. This is Rachel talking in 1 and 2. The opposite game mentioned earlier is used because it reinforces the doctrinal concepts in young children. What church CS members call love, the rest of the world, or at least the law, would call the opposite. Love was sexually satisfying, redacted. I'm not sure what, whoever they want them to sexually satisfy, I guess. For example, and hate was going against the church, CS. They would never even think of what they did to us as abuse. They said they could never be caught abusing us because they were doing the right thing and what was good and best for us. To them, they were glorifying their God, Lucifer, and raising up righteous seed to him. Church members, CS, fully believe, at least we were taught this, that killing a person outside of the group, and especially one or the child of one who has gone against the group in any way, is righteous and furthering the Lord, Lucifer's, work on the earth. Murder is not murder in their minds. If anyone committed murder, it was us, they said. They said this was so because our hearts were not fully loyal to Lucifer yet. They also do not believe they or Lucifer is evil. This is just a designation we were taught by God and Jehovah, Jesus, to justify what they did to him. We were taught our families were of royal birthright among Lucifer's elect and elite in the premortal world. It says redacted and redacted Anderson, so I'm sure we can say Richard and Karma Anderson, Rosie's parents, especially stressed this about their superior generational lines. They would show us stapled pages of genealogy, and normal Mormons are also very into genealogy. Oh, dang, I'm tuned in to learn something new. I've always respected Mormons. They once came into my home and I listened. I hate it's a meme that the rebels go off and do despicable things online. Yeah, this is like, it really is like, she just mentioned something called the opposite game, which is what they would do to kids. They would be like really horrible or try to scare them or yell at them and make them cry, and then immediately change their demeanor and like comfort them and be nice, and then switch back to being mean. So anyway, speaking of the opposite game, that's basically what this is. It's a satanic inversion of LDS beliefs and tenets, basically. So it's a very low IQ Satanism. I've always been interested in the occult. I have a fascination with that. But this is sort of like, what if we take the cross and turn it upside down? Like they're just like, so it's just low IQ to me. They're like, we're going to do the opposite of the thing, So anyway, Yeah, no disrespect to Mormons. And also, I keep saying this, you are what you do. Like, I know that there are people who like immediately stop listening because they're like, oh, satanic panic. It's a catchy catchphrase that rhymes. And, you know, they don't think that people are actually existing that do this stuff. But they do exist. You know, there's crazy Christians too. Like, that's why I say you are what you do. These people have done horrific things. And it's not even necessarily trying to put down Satanists. I'm not trying to be like, you know, protecting Satanists or whatever, but there probably are Satanists out there who sort of have this enlightenment, like Dante sort of perception of it, where it's like he was the rebel who just wanted to give us knowledge, and you know, like they justify it in some ways, but they aren't doing evil things necessarily. They're not like hurting children like these people. So there's these labels, there's these different ideologies, but let's just I'm just like, yeah, you are what you do, and these people have done horrible things allegedly. Just like some Amish and Mennonites, but I'm on the very outside peeking in. Yeah, see, this is what sucks, is like my friend, when he told me, he's like, there's some Satanism going on, and I was like, I was so used to people saying such outlandish things about Mormons, you know, about what they believed or whatever. They're not Christian, just very hostile, you know, and that was sort of when I was becoming like more defensive of them. Like, hey, you know, like, just take it easy. They're good people. Like, you know, they're not that weird, you know, they're pretty, you know. And I was just like, oh, this is just more of that. But then when it came up again, and I actually looked a little more into it, I was like, oh shit, this is like an actual group of people that exist that pretend to be Mormons and are doing horrible things. And you know what's crazy is like like it's mentioned somewhere in here, they think that their satanic branch of this church, they think it goes all the way back to Oliver Cowdery. And Oliver Cowdery was the very first person, I'm not looking at camera, he was the very first person that Joseph Smith baptized, the founder of the Mormon Church, the LDS Church. So I know Oliver Cowdery was excommunicated at some point, and then he was rebaptized. I don't know if he was rebaptized after Joseph Smith was killed or not, but these people believe that this began with him, you know, and my mother, who is still very firmly LDS, she the way I sort of tried to explain it to her was that, you know, knowing that she believes this is the true church, I said it would make sense, you know, supposing it were the true church, it would make sense then that Satan would try to stop it right away, perhaps, or subvert it, you know. Yeah, you know, that's just the way I sort of said it to her. I don't necessarily believe that myself. I don't necessarily believe that like the powers that come from sacrifices are real or that sort of thing, you know, but I do believe in the power of belief. So it seems that these people believe it. So, okay, anyway, she's talking here. She says they would show us stapled pages of genealogy that had been marked for CS ordinances and other significations. They said they had their own system of red and black dots that they would put next to their names. Our charge was to bring as many souls to Satan as we possibly could. This was done through the living and the dead. Okay, so because LDS people do baptisms for the dead, right? They do, like, they use a lot of the same sort of like ceremonies, and you know, like when LDS people get baptized, they raise their right hand to the square. You know, it's just holding your arm up like this at a right degree angle. These people, geniuses, they use their left hand. Yeah, when they do stuff. So that's what I mean by like just the opposite game, satanic inversion. They said they had their own system of red and black dots that they would put next to their names. Our charge of, sorry, this was done. Okay. Our grandma Karma spoke often about her, I think, father, Garrett DeJong Jr., who had learned about many, many languages and was, they said, helping us proselytize in the spirit world and bring more spirits to Satan. Redacted also, here it is, also worshipped Oliver Cowdery as having been an elect member of the church CS in his day. They also spoke about some prophecy they hoped to see fulfilled about Joseph Smith's descendants joining. I kind of want to pull up a picture of Oliver Cowdery, maybe. Why isn't it typing? So here's Oliver Cowdery. Actually, maybe we should go. We've got the LDS Church's page on him. Let's see. So here he is. I don't know if this is necessarily true, that he was involved in anything like this. I don't want to be talking shit on this guy if he's never did anything, but this is just what they believe. So we were often told by, it says redacted, and others, probably their mom and dad, and others, of the countless gatekeepers the church CS had positioned in the world and especially in Utah, which it's seeming like that. The way this guy he's never been to trial. Like, keep trying to get him to trial. New victims keep popping up. Talking about David Hamblin. This was often part of the threats they gave us. They said these loyal to Satan, male and female gatekeepers, were in high and low places and professions where they could easily intercept, intervene, and control threats to the church CS, such as professors, attorneys, judges, doctors, psychologists, and more. And these girls were abused a lot, and they were taken to doctors that there were, clearly ones that they were not worried about them reporting them, but they would also be taken to a lot of different doctors. Okay, so I was like, Emilio says, I'm also interested in the cult, and I live in Salem, Massachusetts. If you saw my book collection, you'd think I'm a Satanist, but I'm not. I always tell Christian friends to please read up. Yeah, I worry about my book collection sometimes. I'm like, this does not define me as a person. It's just, I'm interested in all sorts of, How can you recognize evil if you're shunned to learn about the true left-hand path? This is exactly why they are being duped all the time. Yeah, like it's hard to believe because it's so crazy. But Goel, this is his page, Investigations in Ritual Abuse. His like stage name or whatever, like his pseudonym is Goel. I think it's like Goel. I think it's 2 words, but whatever. He's been reporting on this for over 2 years. And one thing I like about him, I think he is LDS himself. And so, oh my God, no. What the hell are you doing? Oh my God. Trying to call me right now. He knows I'm streaming too. So Goel writes these articles, and he said that he usually knows within a week and a half if he can so this is like what he does. He investigates sex crimes because it's very expensive to investigate. Like, a lot of these sort of things go on, and the police departments or whatever lose money. So I think this is actually really excellent that he will do all the work for them and be like privately, or get donations or be privately funded, and then he'll just sort of leave it at their doorstep ready to go so that they can hopefully get a conviction. So anyway, he was saying within a week and a half, that's when misrepresentations or falsehoods might start to crop up when it comes to allegations being made of sexual abuse. And that hasn't happened in this case. He's been doing it for over 2 years, and all it's been is corroboration. He's interviewed like hundreds of people, and maybe more. And he does a lot of research into the property records and that sort of thing. So everything has been corroborated so far that these sisters have said in their witness statements. Hold on, I need to yell at this person real quick. Okay, so just continuing. This was done through the living and the dead. Their grandma Karma spoke often about her father, Garrett DeJong Jr., who had learned many languages and was, they said, helping us proselytize in the spirit world and bring more spirits to Satan. I already read that. Okay, so they've got the countless gatekeepers, such as professors, attorneys, judges, doctors, psychologists, and more. Like Shalom Levitt is a therapist. We were taught CS doctrine by family and other church CS members. We were told the church's goal is to raise and restore to Lucifer to his rightful heritage, to be successor to the throne of God, and to become even more powerful than our Heavenly Father. So out of all these names that I've spotted in these, there is one, weirdly, that was like the brother of a childhood friend that I have. It seems like I don't know if he knew it, but these marriages oftentimes are arranged. So he married at one point into one of these families, because it's the whole family. And they're not married anymore. But I was just like, wow, like, I don't know if he, was like, it would, I don't know. I don't want to say anything, but it could mean that his whole family was involved. That family that my family was sort of friends with. Or he could have just sort of accidentally married someone for a period of time that came from one of these satanic families. The marriage didn't last, so there's that. All right, so one evening, I don't know if I should read this. Hold on, I have to sort of be careful. There's I've never censored myself as far as what I will, read about, like the really dark stuff. And, and fiction or nonfiction, this is the worst stuff I've ever had enter my brain. Like what they describe being done to them and being forced to participate in. I already said there's 17 murders described in these. There's probably way more than that. And like I said, there's a lot of, the polygamists, the LDS, the fundamentalist LDS, who are not, what I consider like normal Mormons at all. They're not mainstream Mormons. They have this little issue with like the lost boys, they call them, where it's like after they're done using boys for free labor, they, as soon as they start presenting sort of like competition to the older men as far as for wives, they might just get rid of them. And it seems that a lot of those boys were used for these sacrifices that these guys do. And also Native Americans, like from tribes here in Utah. And like I said, those polygamous boys don't have birth certificates or social security numbers. Like they may as well not exist on paper. And hi, Archie. And they would torture and kill them. Like they think that the worse stuff, the more the person suffers, or the animal, lots of animal abuse described in here too. The more the suffering of the animal or person, the more powerful the sacrifice, the more beneficial. Hold on. Yeah, no, this goes into the lore a little more here. All right. Well, I'll just stop reading if anything too disturbing comes up, or not. I don't know. I just don't want it to get taken down. But one evening, as we did many times, Redacted walked down the street to Redacted and Redacted's condo. I think that's her grandparents' condo in Provo for dinner, and Redacted. We arrived, and Redacted told us that we would get to help perform Redacted's lesson, which was the story about our premortal life, according to CS doctrine. Because Mormons believe that our souls exist pre-birth. We ate dinner and then moved into the living room. Redacted had costumes and props set out. They started with a hymn. There were some used frequently, such as Abide with Me, 'Tis Eventide, Lead Kindly Light, and more. And yeah, when they say Lord, they mean Lucifer. So they like a lot of the same LDS hymns as normal Mormons. But they just like for it to be They mean Lucifer. Oh my God. I wish people would stop messaging me. Hold on. I'm going to. Okay. So, all right. Oh, Lee Kindly Light. Then Redacted started telling the familiar CS, Church of Satan, pre-mortal story, and Redacted dressed us, changed our costumes and props, and directed us in pantomiming the story, which is Lucifer was the firstborn of God's children, the eldest prince, older than Jehovah. And it was his birthright to take God's place after this experience on earth. He had a great deal of power and authority in heaven, and many influential and mighty spirits who served loyally under him in the organization of gods. God wanted all his spirit offspring to follow his progression and become gods like him. He called a great council, and he and others spoke before the host of heaven. Maybe I should remove this for a second. How do I stop sharing? Yeah, okay. God had a plan, and many of the princes of heaven spoke, including Lucifer and Jehovah. Jehovah is Jesus. I probably already know that. But Lucifer spoke, and it was well received by his followers. Some members of the council and many, many others, Lucifer presented a superior Lucifer presented a superior plan. It would bring all of God's so-called beloved children back to him, having received bodies. Our spirits had already progressed over the ages of time, and we, the high-ranking ones, as spirits, were not far behind the knowledge and power of Heavenly Father. God was unrighteously protective of his throne. He greedily wanted to stay on his throne past his natural time. Jehovah, bitter and jealous of Lucifer's power and station, had plotted against Lucifer and sought his birthright and rightful throne. Jehovah beguiled God and many on the council with flattery, and they sustained his request the only way he could have defeated Lucifer. Jehovah had also successfully amassed many spirits who were loyal to him. Jehovah turned on Satan and urged God to throw him out of heaven so that he would not threaten Jehovah's rise to power. This caused a great outcry in heaven. Lucifer had many, many followers and admirers who swore allegiance to him, both openly and secretly after these events. Lucifer was threatened, and he and his powerful and loyal officers, his elect, were forced to consider their options. He knew he would soon assume the role of Satan, a title and role played in many other worlds throughout the eternities. Some of his elect were chosen to accompany him out of heaven and serve him as spirits. In this plot of necessity, others publicly accepted and sustained Jehovah in order to come to earth to receive a body, because Satan does not have a body. So it's like the one thing he doesn't have, they say. A plan was formed for the righteous overthrow of Jehovah and then God. A loving parent would not make it so hard if he really wanted all his children to return to live with him. Lucifer desired and still desires the complete success of all his brothers and sisters. God the Father decreed many rules of the game that Lucifer was bound to, such as the fact that the greater one's dedication to either kingdom, the greater and greater power one can obtain within that kingdom. In Lucifer's mercy and through obedience to him, one can rise to a high ranking in his kingdom much more easily and quickly, all while enjoying the fruits of his service, i.e., power, fame, wealth, satisfaction of desire, etc. So that seems to be what they are expecting out of this current life on earth. They think that they're going to get like a leg up as far as success and power, wealth, fame. And, a lot of these people are highly online. Like Brian Krashisnik, he did like a TED talk, TEDx, and maybe I'll play a little of it. I don't know if I can. I don't know if it'll get blocked, but and his art gets featured in galleries and like on the cover of Y magazine. And yeah, Lucifer's great and elect followers are the only ones who are promised a high status and ranking in his kingdom on the earth and through progression in his future kingdom. Lucifer promises to lead his church to victory over God the Father. When he was finished, Redacted challenged us to be faithful soldiers in the army of Lucifer. Redacted called me forward and said he had heard about me singing the Armies of Helaman song in my room. She was singing an LDS Church hymn in her room, and they're like, oh, she wants to be a soldier in the army of Jehovah, not Lucifer. And like she got in trouble for singing this song to herself at her desk. I wanted to tell him, though I am sure he knew, that I had already been punished for this, but I knew it would not matter. Redacted ordered me to take my clothes off and lie down. Redacted put a towel under me. Redacted a pincushion and turned off a lot of lights. Redacted held my arms down, and Redacted each held a leg. This is her parents and grandparents doing this to her, all the Redacteds. Okay, I don't know. They started poking her with a needle all over a certain area of her body. I tried to cry silently to be more obedient, but then Redacted said that it looked like it wasn't painful enough, and Redacted became more aggressive. And then after there was RAPE, both vaginally and anally. So really, really bad stuff. Very hard to talk about. Normal mermans. Yep, normal mermans. I have to head out. Please don't delete. I want to come back and watch. Okay, see ya. Thank you for stopping by. All right, so this is interesting. This is where she talks about the council. In the Church of Satan, LDS Church of Satan, it's a specific strain. Obedience to elders is supreme. They use the council system more than the legal system. Satan's laws are enforced by each group's council, with high councils at the top, with the other high leaders, such as Master Mahan. So that's a weird, it's Mahan. He's like the leader, I guess. I would love to know. Oh, there's Archie's food beeping. I would love to know who that is. Some of the other council titles are the Peacemaker, Enforcer of the Peace, basically silences everyone. The Deaf One, deaf to Jesus Christ, it says in parentheses. The Deceiver, above public suspicion. The Conspirator, which I believe that's what David Levitt was. The Witness, the Record Keeper. And the Punisher. That's what Gordon Bowen was. I'll show pictures of people later. In everyday conversation, council members were often called elders, and they're called that in the normal Mormons. Women are not allowed on these councils, so they kept it traditional in that way, I guess. Sometimes a member will fall from grace and lose whatever standing/position they have in the church CS. They are brought before one of the councils, depending on the severity, and at the very least, this event brings immense shame on the person and their family, or at its most severe, torture, mutilation, and death. And then she starts talking about Gordon Bowen. But first, I might want to, I don't know, let me see if I can, I kind of want to maybe show. So Adam Herbets was actually where I kind of first saw something about this on TV, but he can't get into the crazy stuff really because he can't say that stuff on TV. But let's see, I just kind of want to share maybe a couple videos. Hold on, did I share the audio? I'm always paranoid about this. Stop screen. Usually also share the audio is marked on. Okay, good. All right, so I'll just sort of play a couple of these. Maybe.
Fox 13 investigative reporter Adam Herbets joining us live in studio. Thank you. Now, going in depth, Adam, this is closure for victims in some ways. not in others. At this point, is it just impossible those 4 employees will be charged with a crime?
Well, Max, I don't want to say it's...
Hold on. This isn't the right one. Hold on. I wanted to do... Is it this one? Does it say copyright? About press copyright. This is fair use. What is this? Sorry, I wasn't necessarily...
It'll work for me. That's the short answer.
Hold on. Okay, so here's David Levitt. He was the Utah County and Joab County attorney, and he was friends with David Hamblin for a very long time, like ever since they were young, and they have some sort of family connection. A lot of these people are connected by like marriages and intermarrying and stuff, so he knows him.
He was a handyman on my house.
I don't see any basis to dismiss this case.
We don't always agree with the charges that the county attorney does, but sometimes their decisions make less sense than others.
For the past month, the Fox 13 News investigative team has been reporting on a series of ethical questions involving Utah County Attorney David Levitt. First, he dismissed a stalking charge against his...
This is a different story, dang it. I'm sorry. Satanist author. What the heck? Okay, maybe this one. I want to talk about this.
We are learning more about the man arrested in Utah County on suspicion of ritualistic child sex abuse and his ties to Utah County Attorney David Levitt, who will not be allowed to prosecute this case.
Fox 13 News investigative reporter Adam Herbets has tonight's...
I don't know why it's not letting me maximize the screen.
update.
Well, there are a number of reasons why the Utah County Attorney's Office might have a conflict of interest. Not just...
This is bugging me. I want to be able to play the... I want to be able to full size it.
We are learning more about the man arrested in Utah County on suspicion of ritualistic child sex abuse and his ties to Utah County Attorney David Levitt, who will not be allowed to prosecute this case.
Fox 13 News investigative reporter Adam Herbets has tonight's update.
Well, there are a number of reasons why the Utah County Attorney's Office might have a conflict of interest. Not just because Levitt named himself as a suspect earlier this year.
Right, so David Levitt got all paranoid. What is this? 28, 29, 30 seconds. He got all paranoid and did a press conference talking about thinking he...
We are learning more about the man arrested...
Thinking he had been named... I don't know why it won't let me do full screen. This is so annoying. I swear to God.
Arrested in...
He like got up there and started talking about thinking that he had been listed as a suspect or something, and he was babbling about it, and he made it so that he, I don't know, some people say it was a mess up on his part, but some people think he did it on purpose to delay any court proceedings because they're having trouble getting someone, I guess, pretty much to like it delayed things as far as getting the case going and like prosecuted and stuff. But okay, I'm sorry. I'm in denial that it won't let me have a full screen on this. Like, why?
Just into the Fox 13 newsroom, former therapist David Hamblin is now facing new charges in what's known as...
Okay, I'm so sorry.
We are learning more...
Interest. Not just because Levitt named himself as a suspect earlier this year. He's also given multiple statements about his relationship with Hamblin and some of the alleged victims. As you're about to see, the nature of those statements have changed over the past 2 years.
Would you mind riding in the back of a police car?
Men and women allege David Hamblin used positions of power as a father, a therapist, a neighbor, and as a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to ritualistically abuse children. He was arrested Wednesday morning, but investigators say he probably won't be the only one.
I have nothing to hide.
Until Hamblin's arrest, Fox 13 News chose not to identify any of the subjects of the investigation, but that did not stop Utah County Attorney David Levitt from outing himself as a suspect in June and describing his relationship with Hamblin.
I prosecuted the therapist in Joab County for poaching a deer. He poached a deer to use for ritualistic purposes. This therapist was my elders quorum president in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He was my neighbor. I had a family connection.
During that same press conference, Levitt described his accuser as tragically mentally ill. She's one of the same women who accused Hamblin and others.
Shame on you for doing that. It's uncalled for. He said tragically mentally ill woman 5 times to attack their mental health status as a way to discredit them. And it was clear that that's what he was doing. And that's just not okay.
There is no organized ring of abuse. It was debunked.
But watch and listen. More than 2 years before that press conference, Levitt sat down for a different interview and was asked if he thought ritualistic sex abuse was real. He went on to describe Hamblin and his own accuser, calling her a victim.
Do I think that occurs? Yeah, I think it occurs. I know some victims of it. Yeah, I know some victims of it. I was not in a position to prosecute it. Who was into Native American stuff, had killed deer and get deer hearts and drink their blood and drink the deer's blood.
At the time, Levitt was under investigation by Homeland Security. These clips are now evidence in that case. We want to warn you, some of them are very graphic.
How do you train a dog to roll over when it's time to roll over? You do it by giving a reward and repetition. If a man wants to program some little girl to give immoral sex anytime he wants to, you start young and give rewards. It's unfortunately, I've never, it's the same way you help a child learn how to make their bed.
He thinks that's a normal thing to say.
Yesterday, after Hamblin's arrest, we asked David Levitt through his spokesperson for a comment. We were told, no, he does not comment on pending cases. Apparently, that did not stop him in June. Reporting in studio tonight, Adam Herbets, Fox 18 News, Utah.
Oops. Okay, so that clip where David Levitt was talking about how do you train a dog? That was I think that was from some documentary that was being filmed that he was participating in. I don't really know. I don't think it was ever even released, actually, but it's interesting that he was, that first of all, gross. So in these victim statements, David Levitt, that guy who was just talking, and his wife are described as enlisting the services of David Hamblin, the guy with the long hair now, who thinks he's like an Indian, I guess, to train them in his methods, because David Hamblin was able to get his daughters to be, they were under threat all the time, to be so compliant and obedient and perform on demand and that sort of thing. They pimped these girls out. They prostituted their daughters. They made money off of this. They made child porn, by the way. So David Levitt and Shalom Levitt, who, gives speeches to LDS people about sex and relationships and intimacy and stuff, they were trying to learn his ways, David Hamblin's ways, so that they could, I would assume, do it to their own children. They weren't the only ones. Brian and Suzanne Kirschisnik were also allegedly enlisting his services to teach them how, because everyone was so impressed with his daughters, with how obedient they were. And so David Hamblin, you know how if you're systematically, regularly, horrifically abused as a child, you may or may not, but you might develop other personalities. You might become dissociative in order to cope with the abuse. It's he was purposely trying to induce that in his daughters. And he would give them these other names, and he would call them their parts. So he'd be calling forth different parts, like Rachel, when he wanted her to perform sexually in the way she had been trained, I guess. He called her Tabitha. And so this is what's interesting. Like, I think it could be genetic to a point. I've been reading a book about Timothy McVeigh, and like Sirhan, the guy who, got convicted for killing RFK. I don't think he actually killed him, but they were both very suggestible and easily hypnotized. I think it could be like a genetic thing. Some people are and some people aren't. But David Hamblin was purposely trying to get his daughters to dissociate and to create parts of other personalities. However, in the daughter's particular case, they don't have any period of time where they forgot what happened in their childhood and then they suddenly remembered, which does happen. But he was never successful at actually creating other personalities within them. Like, they were aware of what was happening the whole time. It was just that they knew to behave this certain way when he called them by a certain name, because they would be punished if they didn't. So he failed at that. Let me sort of look at this. How many victims have come forward regarding the Satanic LDS Church total? So there's these 4 sisters. There's Tobias Schroeder, who he wasn't really abused in the context of the cult. This was one of those where David Hamblin kind of spilled out into the, outside world of doing this to a child, because he was a therapist, and someone who is a member, allegedly, Joe Benyon, referred Tobias Schroeder's parents to David Hamblin. And it's so horrible, because what happened was they had a client that they did some work for, and they went out to dinner with this client, and the parents, Tobias Schroeder's parents, the client's teenage son did something, like molested Toby. He went by Toby as a kid, and he's 5 years old at this time. So as they were traveling back home after their little vacation / doing a job for a client, I forget exactly what it was, but like they figured out something was wrong with him, and then they were like looking for a therapist for him. Joe Benyon refers them to David Hamblin, and he gets assaulted again by David Hamblin. So isn't that friggin' horrible? Like, okay, do you want to know something really crazy that just happened like last week? Was this Friday? It was like Thursday, or it was Thursday, I think. I've been having a little bit of electrical problems. I took a cover off my light in my kitchen and some water poured out, and I was like, well, I'm pretty sure that's not supposed to happen. So contacted the property managers. They, sent me a text like saying like the plumber's coming, and I looked at the picture and it was Tobias Schroeder. Like, I don't know why. I mean, that's weird. It was like out of all the plumbers, I knew he kept having to miss work to go to like the hearings where they kept just continuing it. The one I went to the other day in Manti, I was sitting right behind him. So it was so weird. And they did another continuance, by the way. Yeah, I'm so worried that they're going to just dismiss the charges again. Like on that same day, they dismissed the charges against Emily Sheets. Okay, sorry. I get so distracted. But isn't that crazy? He like shows up, and I was like, kind of talking about the light and the problem with the water coming out. And then I was like, do I look familiar at all to you? Like, I just didn't. And he was like, kinda. And I was like, okay, well, I know about the thing. I support you. I was sitting right behind you in the courtroom, like, just by the way. and he was sort of telling me like how back when he was 5 years old, after what happened with David Hamblin in the therapist's office, he tried to tell his parents what happened. And unfortunately, and understandably, this caused like some issues in the family. They did not believe him. They thought that was just too crazy. That David Hamblin was like a member of their church. And they just, it wasn't until recently that, and I hope that he doesn't mind if I'm saying that, but it wasn't until recently that more victims were coming forward that they do support him and believe him now. So unfortunately at the time they found it too hard to believe. But Yeah, and I guess that caused him some trouble. He's doing better now, you know, he's got a good business going. Like, I knew he was a plumber, you know, and I was just like, what are the freaking odds of that? But yeah, like his sisters have a cafe in Spring City that they run called Das Cafe, and Joe Benyon has been telling people to boycott it. Joe Benyon being an alleged member of the Church of Satan. So I drove down there with my mom, and it was sort of impulsive. I only gave them $22. That's just how much money I had in cash on me. And I just caught them as they were closing up because it was Saturday and they were closing at 3 p.m. So I do intend to maybe go back and give like a bigger donation because it's going towards Tobias's court stuff. But okay, so how many victims? So there's so many mentioned in here. There's a 17 murders that took place. So there's that. There's literally all of these people who were born into it would be victims. And even if they grew up to become perpetrators, they still count as victims, I guess. And all the other little kids, they talk about, you know, like the kid, Brian and Susan Krashishnik have a son that David Hamblin was teaching them his method of, you know, what he did with his daughters. And so that's a victim right there. Just basically all of these people's kids, and any unfortunate soul that they came across. Like one of the people that was killed was a hitchhiker on a camping trip, like an adult guy, a young adult man. I don't know exactly how many victims. It's like hundreds, because I believe Goel, the investigations and ritual abuse guy, he's been interviewing people. It's a lot. It's a lot, like, of victims. Let me see. Also, okay. Has the official LDS Church come forward, acknowledged, and released a statement? No, they have not, unfortunately. And it does sort of seem like they're trying to cover it up a little bit, because Gordon Bowen is a guy who they seem to still do business with and associate with, even though he was excommunicated from the LDS Church. He's like a hotshot advertising executive guy that still seems to be in contact with people. But I should definitely mention the Pace Memorandum. Whoa, I got here at the wrong time. Gross. Yeah, sorry about that. So here, let me see here. What is the earliest documented indication of the existence of the Church of Satan other than the leaked? Oh, there you go. Bishop Pace Memorandum. Oh, you know, I don't know. Maybe that could be it. I guess it could be the Pace Memorandum, because even though they all take notes of everything they do, they have like a record keeper and everything. It's like kept with themselves. It's not publicly released. They have done a good job of keeping this secret. I got to say that. So hold on. I opened the Pace Memorandum somewhere. Let me see. Yeah. So back in the late 80s, early 90s, there was a bishop, an LDS bishop, who was hearing about this kind of stuff. Is it this one? Yeah. And he did a little investigation of his own. This was never meant to be leaked. Like, this was never supposed to be released to like the public, but it did end up getting released to the public. But Glenn Pace wrote this memo about, you know, he interviewed a lot of LDS members, and he basically said that, like, at this time, I think he said there were like 800 and growing, and that was just in Utah in the 90s. Is that in here? Hold on. Is that number? Can I Control F? Is this searchable? 800? No, maybe not. Oh, no. 18 months. 8 or children. I'm just searching for the word 8, but it's never mind. So yeah, the subject is ritualistic child abuse. He wrote this on July 19, 1990. And basically, he says, I'm not going to read the whole thing. He says, of the 60 victims with whom I have met, 53 are female and 7 are male. 8 are children. I was going to say I would expect there to be more children, but maybe they had grown up by then or something. The abuse occurred in the following places: Utah, Idaho, California, Mexico, and other places. 53 victims are currently living in the state of Utah. All 60 individuals are members of the church. 45 victims allege witnessing and or participating in human sacrifice. The majority were abused by relatives, often their parents. So he is talking about this same group. And like this just got swept under the rug. I believe at the time, David Levitt's brother, Mike Levitt, was the governor of Utah. I'm not saying he's a part of it, but who knows? And I guess he sent Glenn Pace to South America on some sort of mission for the church. But, you know, you got to kind of wonder if he was just trying to get him out of the way and get this quiet. Yeah, all have developed psychological problems. And most have been diagnosed as having multiple personality disorder or some other form of dissociative disorder. Ritualistic child abuse is the most hideous of all child abuse. The basic objective is premeditated: to systematically and methodically torture and terrorize children until they are forced to dissociate. The torture is not a consequence of the loss of temper, but the execution of well-planned, well-thought-out rituals, often performed by close relatives. The only escape for the children is to dissociate. They will develop a new personality to enable them to endure various forms of abuse. When the episode is over, the core personality is again in control and the individual is not conscious of what happened. Dissociation also serves the purpose of the occult because the children have no day-to-day memory. See, that did not happen with these sisters from what I can tell. Like, I don't believe they ever claimed to have lost any memory of what happened. Yeah, so I guess that doesn't happen every time. Yeah, I guess this I mean, maybe people tried to come forward before this in 1990, but this was like the first thing that got out. Yeah, and he was just saying, like, I believe them because they're all telling the same thing. Like, oh, he sort of goes on to, like, in his report, page 5, Glenn Pace informs the reader that members of the satanic group not only do temple work, but even serve as temple workers. Because you have to have something called a temple recommend to enter the temple. And, like, you have to interview with your bishop and get approved. He'll just sort of ask you, like, have you been, you know, obeying the rules of our church, basically? Like, are you being good? And I think one thing that sort of sucks for, like, normal Mormons to accept with this is that, you know, they believe that these men, these bishops and whatnot have something called the priesthood, and that it gives them sort of an ability to sense when someone is lying to them, perhaps, or if they're spiritually unclean or whatever. And unfortunately, you just lie and you can get away, you can get past them and you can get into that church, which is like a holy place to them. At one point in these victim statements, there's a part when she describes that they go into the Manti temple at night. They somehow gained access and went in there. They were there with some polygamists, and it was weird. At one point, someone whispered to her, like, they don't know that we're like Luciferians, basically, so keep it on the down low. I'm like, okay, so the FLDS don't know that these people are, yeah, it's kind of interesting. But they're all in there, and apparently the one thing they did agree on was, you know, grape. I don't know. I don't like saying grape. I just want to say the actual words. You know, this isn't a very big channel. Like, I don't know. Hopefully I won't get, yeah. I'm sorry if my questions get annoying, but you have researched this more than I have. No worries. You're good. Yeah, you knew about the Pace Memorandum, so there's that. Occultic infiltration. Our research leads us to believe that some occultists deliberately set out to infiltrate churches or groups to gain converts to their way of thinking. Oh, I'm going to drink the rest of my malt. I don't know. I don't want to read like this whole thing, but so like here is all these documents that, oh, it's not sharing it. Stop screen. Present. Share screen. There we go. So I got this in the show notes of the We Are the People Utah show, Shadows of Power, I believe it was called. There's like a part 1, 2, 3, 4. and they keep adding to it. But here are the victim statement. The first 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4 are the ones that really go into a lot of detail. It's just so hard for me to believe that this could be getting made up, because they were like in different rooms of the police station writing their statements. And there's all this other stuff too. But at one point, oh, I forgot to mention. So at one point, the Provo police have this, like in 2013, they had in their possession a recording, and I don't think it's included here. I've been trying to find it, but it exists. It's documented that it exists. A recording of David Hamblin apologizing to his daughter for raping her. So that right there is a confession. You know, and at some point he goes, I'm not saying there weren't like spirits inside me making me do it. He tries to like backpedal it like that because they're, oh, enter my body, Lucifer. And yeah, but that's a taped confession, and still somehow those charges got dropped. Case dismissed. Isn't that crazy? It was dismissed without prejudice, meaning they could refile the charges, and I hope they do. I really hope they do. I would love for these people to be held accountable for the fucked up shit they did. Ooh, I just sent you the book. This is Denuve. I sent you the book Satanic Ritual Abuse and Mormonism by Gerald and Sandra Tanner. I also remessaged you the Utah General Attorney document, Ritual Crime in the State of Utah. Excellent. Thank you. I will definitely check that out. These people are losers. Oh, really? Like, seriously, I'm just like reading about what they would do in cemeteries, and they have like people watching. And sometimes the people watching during their ceremonies, by the way, are like not necessarily members, but just pedos who want access to the children. And they would policemen who would serve as lookouts for them to make sure like nobody walks in on them or whatever, especially like if they're in the cemetery, like retards, like, oh, like that. It says so many times about how they throw their arms up. I'm like, so should we just like scan the cemeteries? I don't know how we would sneak up on them though if they have lookouts. We'll do like bird calls if a car's coming. And okay, anyway, I kind of feel like I should just keep reading a little bit. So they did the thing with the needle, or pricking her with the needle, and they put more towels on the ground, and everyone got naked. The elders, every single ritual, they think that this sexual energy is like seals the deal with any sort of like sacrifice or ritual or ceremony involving their worship of Lucifer. So many times over and over again, they're forced to give oral sex to the adult females, and they're constantly getting penetrated. The women are just as involved. Just, yeah. They put more towels. The elders made us put our arms up like them and stand in a Y. Redacted prayed, asking for spirits of Lucifer to enter all of us. Then he sat on a chair and told us we were going to form the chain of Lucifer. I had to give Redacted oral sex while she was on all fours, and Redacted put a pillow under my head. We walked home late, and Redacted fell asleep while Redacted carried her. She says, frequency happened several times a month and more as needed to keep us in line. Our elders would also teach us that after the millennium, when Lucifer rises victorious above the throne of God, he will choose the body of one of his resurrected followers to inhabit. Our Redacted spoke with reverence that this is the highest honor one can achieve. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna stop screen. Maybe grab. I just want to sort of share a couple things. So this is Rosie, the mother, the alleged abuser of kids, her own kids and others. What else can I show? Hold on. I'm trying to think what image to put up here for a second. We're going to talk about, oh, here we go. Let's share this one. This is their friend and one-time neighbor, Joseph Benyon. This is the one he's like accusing the investigative reporter of stalking him. Do you see him holding the Y there? He says that it's a Hebrew word or symbol or letter, I forget. Joe Benyon explains the meaning of his symbol, the Ha, which appears on each of his pottery pieces. And in these statements, they say that he would mix, his wife Lee is a painter, and mix the ashes of sacrifice victims in with the pottery, use the pottery a lot in their ceremonies that they did, puts this symbol that's like I said, it's the only like symbol I know of that is like their secret symbol. We have a giant Y on the mountain for BYU, Brigham Young University. But yeah, I just thought that was a good photo to show of him holding that. What else we got? And she would mix it in with her paint, allegedly. This lady is DeJong, I think. Yeah. She's no longer with us. She is Rosie's grandmother, or Rosie's mom, the girl's grandma. It is Karma DeJong Anderson. I wish I could see this, but someone told me that it's not there anymore. But at one point, her funeral was online, and Rosie said, this is what someone just told me that I met at the court case thing, at the court hearing, whatever it was called, said that she says at one point in the video, she's serving the other son now. You know, that was weird. It's like sometimes there's like little dog whistles where it's like, if you wouldn't know, you wouldn't know. If you didn't know, you wouldn't know. But yeah, and they got a lot of kicks out of terrifying the kids and then reminding the kids of the abuse and torture later, like sending them little things that would remind them just to keep it fresh in their mind. And we want your darkness to grow, like waiting for that moment when I guess the kids go, okay, I'm fully committed. I'm ready to do this and continue the tradition and like not keep fighting it, I guess. And I just think it's really kind of like a miracle that these girls were able to like find the courage to speak out, because, you know, this kind of abuse changes your brain, like physiologically changes the, I was just reading about that actually. One sec, I think I've got it here. It says childhood abuse can lead to alterations in the white matter of the brain, affecting its structure and connectivity. Studies have shown that maltreated children often exhibit a decrease in the volume of the corpus callosum, the largest white matter structure in the brain, which is crucial for interhemispheric communication. Additionally, research indicates that severe childhood abuse can result in changes to the neural structures in specific areas of the brain, impacting the myelin sheath that insulates nerve fibers. These changes can manifest in various ways, such as reduced gray and white matter in several regions, particularly the dorsolateral and ventromedial prefrontal cortex, hippocampus, amygdala, and corpus callosum. For instance, a study found that emotional abuse I don't know if it was associated with reduced density in white matter tracts like the arcuate fasciculus in the left superior temporal gyrus, the cingulum bundle, and the left body of the fornix. Okay. Anyway, just saying it messes with your mind, literally and figuratively. Has the full body cam video of the David Hamblin arrest been released? No. In fact, that footage that it was showing, I believe that was just from some car accident he was in. Like, not even, I don't know if they were, yeah, I haven't seen it. If that was recorded, I would like to see it. I think it has to have been recorded, right? They have to have that on or something like that. Maybe not, I don't know. But not that I know of. But there is video of I think it's Catherine trying, you know, they got the father to admit to it on tape, and they were trying to get the mother as well. She confronts her mother, Rosie, about, you know, their childhood abuse, and she you know, she plays dumb. She she's a little smarter than David, I guess. She doesn't admit to it on camera. But at one point, the girl, I think Catherine was like really nervous. And so it's like, at one point she kind of moves the camera and we can't see Rosie anymore. But you hear Catherine say to her mother, "Why are you smiling?" So it's like she's saying the right words, but she's like smirking at her. Couldn't actually see it, but yeah, that part was a little creepy to me because in these witness statements, there's so many instances of these parents and their friends and all the other adult members laughing their asses off at these kids' terror and suffering. Just having a grand old time, yucking it up, like laughing until they cried at like humiliating and torturing these people, these kids. Like they think it's fucking hilarious. Like they're fucked up. They're like seriously fucked up. Okay, so what else do we do here? I have some of Krishnik's art. I don't know if I should. Here, we'll show this. So in the CP that was created with these, using these girls, they went by, in some of the videos, they were called the Three Graces. And this is a painting he has, and I believe it is called the Three Graces. And it's just sort of, you know, that's what I mean, sort of like these little dog whistles. It's like he's inspired by these three sisters that his friend allowed him to abuse with him, and painted a picture of them. What else? Yeah, he's got some other creepy art. What should I do here? Maybe I kind of want to go back to the witness statement a little bit here. Okay, I already saw that. Okay, so I already talked about the council. Okay, let's talk about Gordon Bowen. He's scary. He scares me. Let's look at him. So his role was the Punisher. Not the cool one, not the comic book. So it says here, Gordon Bowen. We were told that David first knew Gordon Bowen in New York. So at one point they lived in New York. So this isn't just Utah. There's also, it seems, they never moved anywhere unless there was already a CS presence. So we got Tucson. We got lots of places in Utah, like Alpine, Provo. This guy lived in the Avenues. So Salt Lake, Spring City. They were kind of trying to start their own little council in Spring City and get their own thing going there. New York. There's a Missouri connection, I believe. What else? I don't know. That's all I know for now. But we were told that David first knew Gordon Bowen in New York. He is, or was when we knew him, extremely wealthy and worked or had worked high up for Coca-Cola. He lived in a huge mansion in the Avenues of Salt Lake City. He does not live there anymore. I believe Westminster College either bought it or had it given to them. Gordon is a very, very powerful and revered man in the church CS. If he has retained the position he had 14 years ago. At that time, he was the Punisher, and we were told he oversaw torture and murder for Master Mayhem and the High Councils. Redacted both awed and reverenced him, probably revered him, and often expressed their sexual attraction to him. He would invite us to his mansion in Salt Lake for parties, and Redacted were always very excited to attend, her parents. Sometimes we took the harp and played in a little balcony over one of his main rooms for his guests. Oh yeah, so they believe that that Cain's descendants play the harp, so they're like kind of big on like getting their kids to learn how to play the harp. These kinds of people project their proclivities through the kinds of art that they collect. Just look at Jack Kevorkian's artwork, for example. I'd love to see more of their creepy art. Yeah, I do have some more of Krishnik's art. Lee Benyon's an artist. I think there's another guy. I kind of just wish I could just list all the people who, you know, like just real quick. It's like Timothy Tuttle is their uncle, Tim Tuttle. He married Cree Hamblin, Krii. I think that's like a nickname possibly for something like Kristen or something. She was David Hamblin's sister. Oh, so yeah, Tim was married his sister, and Steve Hamblin, David Hamlin's brother, is allegedly a member. James Warren Flaming Eagle Mooney. I think this is the guy, and his wife Linda. I believe Flaming Eagle Mooney, James Mooney, was the guy who got David Hamblin sort of into the Native American stuff. Carla Jemison, Joe Benyon, Lee Benyon, Jeannie Hamblin, Craig Christensen and his wife Susan Suki, Jeffrey David Jones, Janae Anderson Jones, and you would presume that any kids that these people have are also members, unless they reject it or speak out or something, or just escape. I don't know. Brian and Suzanne Kershisnik, the artist. Brian's the artist. Garrett Anderson, Rosie's brother. Some of these people might not be alive anymore. I'm not sure. Carol Anderson, Paul and Ann Larson, Garrett DeJong Jr. That was Rosie's father, so I believe he's dead. Alexander William Bigney, Tom and Paula Schult, Jay Mitten, Julie Mitten Staples, Melanie Mitten, Dave and Deborah Sheets. They at one time owned like a survival prepper kind of store, and they would do trades, so they would like give supplies. Like the Hamblins use their daughters for trades. Like they would trade goods and services or just straight up money. And at one point, there's a story described where Catherine kills one of their clients. It's actually kind of satisfying in a way to see one of these abusers get his artery slashed in his neck. And the whole family had to pull together and clean up the murder scene. I don't even want to call it murder, really, but I mean, I guess it is a bit. But it's like self-defense. She just... And they were going to train her to become a Punisher because of that. So she was sort of a fighter. She would fight back a little bit more. And yeah, she describes killing a man as a kid. Oh my God, I know. Okay, so Danube says, Tim Tuttle is incidentally the same pseudonym McVeigh occasionally went by. I know, it's very weird. I was like reading, because I'm reading a Timothy McVeigh book right now. It's called Aberration in the Heartland of the Real. By the way, I shared my Telegram link. Like, I read the chapters from the book and I post them on Telegram so you can listen. Some people like audiobooks, so, and it's not available on audiobook that I know of. But anyway, Dean Van Wagenen, Belle Van Wagenen. And by the way, Dave and Deborah Sheets, the one with the emergency supply store, I don't think they own the store anymore. Possibly, they might have sold it. But their daughter, Emily, is the one whose case against David Hamblin just got dismissed. And it was because the prosecutors did not hand over an interview. So exculpatory evidence, they're just like, oops, forgot to hand it over. Like, it keeps happening. So then the case gets dismissed. We don't know yet if it was going to be with or without prejudice, meaning we don't know if it could be refiled or not. I believe they're hoping that these people will just give up and stop trying. But yeah, there's like some protection and gatekeeping going on. And that's sort of why we need more attention on this. Yeah, what else here? Nelson Aducatis, Julie Aducatis, Randall Lake. I think he is also a painter. He lived in Spring City, and oh my God, they love, sort of like what they did with the Manti Temple. They love like being sacrilegious against the Mormon Church by going to like holy locations. So this Randall Lake guy, he at one point lived in an endowment house, which is like, I believe it was like someone big in the history of the church lived there at some point. And it might have been used for stuff before the mainstream LDS Church like got temples going. But anyway, like they just love doing ceremonies and rituals there because, it was like an endowment house. So he would be like painting while the orgy's going on and stuff. Okay, yes, I will tell you more about the Punisher, yes. Okay, so John Bunting, he was in the middle of an orgy and his mask fell off. So that's how we have his name. Brian Kapaner was a filmmaker. And one of these filmmakers, I forget which one, was involved in like making a film that was shown in the temple when you get married, in the normal temple. So like a lot of these people are like in there. They got in there. They're like involved in like stuff. Okay, so I'm going to get back to the Punisher in 2 seconds. Clyde Sullivan, Nola DeJong Sullivan, James Arrington, Lisa Arrington, Conrad Gottfredson, Gordon Bowen, this guy I'm showing here, Angela Fenton, she's in Hawaii now, Lincoln Kevin Kelly, Khalil Kelly, Gary B. and Bonnie Hansen, Ann Gregerson, she's a sculptor, Ellen Walker, Nathan Anderson, Linda K. Colquitt. Now, she is one who is described as not liking this stuff and pushing back, resisting, or just locking herself in her room. So there's that. That's worth mentioning. Clyde and Carol Dangerfield, Hugh Allred, Lynn Whitesides, who was a part of... there were a bunch of people excommunicated at one point, and she was one of them. They were like so-called intellectuals who were like being subversive and got excommunicated. The Howards, the Harmstons, that's James and Elaine Harmston. Stake President Johansson. I believe we know that guy's first name, but I don't remember it, and I didn't write it here yet. The Allens, Cami Christensen, Alyssa Wolf, Joy and Gary Lundberg, Agnes Anderson, Dale Peel. There's someone named Randy. I didn't catch the last name. Marco Davis and Terry Warner. Okay, so those are just the list of names. They're not complete that I have. Okay, so back to this Gordon Bowen guy. So at that time, he was the Punisher, and we were told he oversaw the torture and murder for Master Mayhem and the High Councils. Redacted, both odd and reverence him. Okay, they're playing in a balcony at his parties that he would throw. He's wealthy. Okay, so the fall of 1999, it's afternoon, location, Gordon Bowen home, the Avenue, Salt Lake City. Redacted had been very concerned about what was happening with the divorce trial, etc. So at one point, because David Hamblin was getting in trouble, threatening, exposing the CS, they were like, okay, we're going to allow him to kind of be the fall guy in a way, and they made him and Rosie get divorced. They were secretly seeing each other. They weren't really supposed to be doing that, but they kept kind of seeing each other secretly. They wrote love letters back and forth to each other for a time. Both David and Rosie were in trouble with the High Council that Redacted was on. One night, Redacted told me that, I think it's Rosie, that all of us, one of her sisters, and I included, were in danger of being punished. She said we had to go visit Gordon Bowen with offerings. Us, so they were the offerings, and maybe we would be pacified and not, maybe he would be pacified and not go after us. I knew Gordon and his reputation and was terrified we were going to see him. Rosie said that if I did not cooperate, she would arrange to have me live with him for a few months, telling others that I was out of the country again. We drove up with Janae Jones, Janae's daughters, and several other girls. We drove in separate cars to Gordon Bowen's house. No one was home, but Rosie opened the house somehow. The girls had planned on swimming, but the pool was dirty and full of leaves. Instead, we went into the house, and Rosie started getting the food out of his fridge for the meal she had planned to make him. Janae and Redacted and I helped prepare the meal and clean up. I was sent upstairs to a bedroom. Redacted assigned me with the order not to come out and to do anything and everything Gordon told me not, or to do anything and everything Gordon told me to. I am not sure who left or stayed, but I did hear Redacted crying in the night. I sat on the bed and stared at the door. When Gordon finally came in, it seemed very late. He became very violent and enraged as he raped me vaginally. I don't know. Should I just read it? Like, content warning. I put on there, it's not for kids. Then he told me not to move, and he got a small leather bundle he had brought in the room with him. It had a leather tie, and he unrolled it to reveal a set of small, strangely shaped knives. He described each one to me, how sharp they were. He showed me by barely touching it to one of my fingers, and how easily it cut and started bleeding right away. He described how he used them on disobedient young women to skin and fillet them, among other things. He told me I was never to tell anyone I had been at his house that night. After he left the room, I held my finger until it stopped bleeding. I cried as I heard Redacted crying and a lot of other sounds, voices, laughing, animal-like sounds, and screaming throughout the night. Okay, so the next part, Goel did read this on the We Are the People Utah podcast. So I don't know if it's being repetitive to read it again, but fall of 1999, so a short time later, evening, Gordon Bowen home, the Avenue, Salt Lake City. It's redacted and I, so it's like, I think it's her mom and her sister, one of her sisters and her, went to Gordon's house again a short time later. This time, Rosie said she was going to talk with him and we were to support everything she said or she would make good on her previous threat. We got there and no one was home. Rosie made a big dinner as before. Gordon came home and Rosie offered him dinner. Then we sat in his library. It was very dark outside by then and the room was not well lit. Gordon sat to the side of the chair with his ankle crossed on his knee, listening to Rosie. She started talking about our hardships, what David was doing, defending him, but trying to make herself look like the victim at the same time. She kept trying to find out, without asking directly, and with a lot of flattery, what the council had planned for she and David. I kept thinking about how all growing up, redacted talked about the gifts Gordon had from Lucifer. They said he had a very powerful gift of discernment from Lucifer and could tell if you were lying to him. That is partly how he became the Punisher, they said. Redacted tried to make us chime in with her, Rosie, but most of the time we were too intimidated to speak. After a while, he stood up and said he wanted to show us what he was working on. He talked about how much he loved his work for the church, CS. He took us to his work area, and I became overwhelmed with what I saw. There was a dead man's body hanging from the ceiling, and it had been completely skinned. I had seen skinning before, but never on this scale or this cleanly or expertly done. Parts of the area were well lit, and parts were not. And by the way, this is the guy who designed the LDS Church's logo. That was a while ago, like years ago, but yeah. And he's been excommunicated now. But like I said, like I heard that he was involved with releasing the statement for the church regarding Glenn Ballard, the Underground Railroad guy who got in trouble for doing immoral things with women and some questionable like sexual harassment kind of stuff, like abusing his position with women. I don't really like that guy anymore after hearing about that. I don't think he's just being attacked. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. We're talking about Gordon Bowen. Some were well lit, other parts were not. There were machines and what looked like a fridge. He talked about some of them. There were large work tables with movable straps and other devices to hold someone down. One had lights, like in a surgery room, and another just had one overhead hanging light. In another area, he had a collection of torture devices. A lot of them were antique. He talked about some of them and what they did to people's bodies. I kept looking over at what I thought were mannequins set up in sexual or violent poses around the room. Then he showed us his masks. Many members of the church CS have collections of masks from around the world. Ceremonial masks, death masks, for example, Brian Krashisnik and others, the artist guy. Also, Redacted loved to talk about how she got to see Joseph and Hiram Smith's death masks. That's probably Rosie. Gordon had probably 30 to 40, but they were made from the skin of real dead people. Men, women, and all ages of children that had been disobedient, he said. Rosie was trying to flatter him and have him talk about how he made them. He showed us drawers of his special tools he had collected in his travels and talked about how important it was to preserve the facial features. The masks had the hair still on and the eyes and mouth were slits or a little more stretched open. He took one down and made us touch it. He said the people's spirits were still in these masks. He talked about how he would treat the skin to make it soft. He put a woman's mask on his head and laughed. He also showed us coats and other pieces of clothing he had made with pieces of many people's skin and dried sexual organs. He also had some shrunken heads. Rosie kept complimenting him, and then she told him that Redacted were she and David's offering to Gordon for his kindness to them. So herself and her sister. She said he could do anything he wanted with us. And Rachel was born in 1980, by the way, so you can kind of get an idea how old they are, because this is 1999. Is that right? 1980, 10, so she is 19. Redacted and I looked at each other horrified. He turned like we were all leaving, and we followed. Rosie took the lead, looking over her shoulder and talking to him all the way. She walked out of the door to his work area, and instead of us all going, he shut the door and locked it behind her. From what we heard, she didn't knock or yell or get upset. All we heard was silence. Okay, this part gets like really crazy. Then we experienced hours and hours of torture. We were naked most of the night. He told us that the mannequins were actually fully preserved outer shells of real people, their skin, hair, etc. Some were more stiff than the masks. He had sewn some seams so another person could wear them. They were hung over posable wire bodies. Gordon put on the full skin of a man with the crotch cut out and raped me anally, praising Lucifer. Sorry, this is really graphic. He made me wear another man's skin that had no hands and feet and the crotch cut open. He did this with redacted at different times and also made the redacted us, the two of us, I guess, do sexual acts on each other with the skins on us. He told us that he could make Lucifer's spirits move the bodies around on their own. He made us sit or lie down on his torture devices or on his table while he demonstrated his torture collection. He chained us to his tables and inserted tools and devices into our vaginas and anuses. At times, he chained us to the wall in shackles. He put cloth bags over our heads and made us listen as one of us was threatened with torture. He had animal heads and skins we had to wear and be led around on a leash. We were supposed to act and sound like the animal. I had to wear dog skin and lick him, give him oral sex, and bark like a dog. He made me lift my leg and pee on her sister. Then he called me a bad dog, whipped me with chains, and took the skin off me. He put me in a small wooden box. I could hear sounds of him doing things to redacted, her sister, but I couldn't see anything. The air was hot and the space was so small and tight I could barely move my body. My arms and legs went to sleep and were extremely painful. I wished we could all die. When he took me out, I couldn't feel my legs and fell on the floor. I lay there until the feeling came back in my legs. Once in a while, he went out, and several times Rosie brought him food to the door on a tray, not for us. Once he worked on one of his dead bodies and made us watch what he was doing. We were not allowed out until the afternoon of the next day. We had urinated at his command or by accident, and he had urinated and ejaculated all over us throughout the night. Oh, so they have, like, at least one of them had, like, which is common, I guess, like, problems with, like, wetting the bed, and not even just the bed, like, wetting their pants. You know, a lot struggle with that, which is common for people who are abused like this. He had put other fluids from his work area on us. Our bodies had red marks all over them and were already showing bruises. My vagina and anus stung. Redacted put towels on the seats of the car. Rosie put towels on the seats of the car, disgusted by how gross we were. No one wanted to sit in the front with Rosie, and no one talked on the way home. Her sister and I put redacted in the same seatbelt in the middle seat. That must be her other two sisters. A day or two later, in the middle of the night, Rosie woke me up, and she and David grilled me alone on every detail of the experience. Okay, so that was very graphic. I'm sorry. So this is why I call Gordon Bowen Skin Suit Man. So that happened. That was their punishment. They were being punished for their parents' behavior. So that's not very nice. Okay, I found this part particularly heartbreaking, so I just sort of wanted to touch on this. It's not graphic. I just wanted to, In high school, I would frequently run into the bathroom and cry between periods or hide there for a whole period because they're, like, expected to go to school during all of this. And at one point, her mom worked out, you know, they would say they were sick. You know, they miss so much school. They're like late all the time. But anyway, like her mom worked something out with the teachers where she was like, told them that she had an illness and was having to go to the hospital a lot and stuff. And so, like, worked out a deal where she was given less schoolwork and just had, like, core classes that she had to do work in. But anyway, so just imagine trying to, like, go to school and act normal while all this is going on. I would frequently run into the bathroom and cry between periods or hide there for a whole period or two because I was so overwhelmed with the horrors of my life and being constantly hopelessly behind in most of my classes. I hated it in the bathroom, but I had limited options. I would carefully cover the toilet seat with 2 or 3 layers of toilet paper. When I would sit down and write, in my school notebook. I wrote true accounts about David, Rosie, relatives, clients, and church members, CS, had done to me. I wrote the same people letters telling them off for what they dared to do to redacted, other victims, and myself. I wrote letters to God, not Lucifer, begging him to help me. I wrote about my feelings and how I was so tired of being the good one, a title David and Rosie used for me, and keeping the secrets of my horrific life. I wrote many, many letters to teachers, police, the U.S. president, the LDS Church prophet, even Oprah, all asking for them to rescue Redacted and me. Most of the time, I would then dutifully, she probably means her sisters and me. Most of the time, I would then dutifully and systematically fold and rip up each page into tiny little squares and flush them down the toilet. Once in a while, I would keep a page and hide it in the back of my locker. At the end of the year, I would hide any of those papers in my schoolwork. Often later, if I found any of these notes going through those old school papers, I would destroy them rather than risk being tortured or killed for breaking my covenants and defying, a word David and Rosie used a lot, redacted. So, and then she talks about her peacemaker role a little bit. We were taught that Lucifer refers to himself as the peacemaker. Our elders said that Jehovah, known as the Prince of Peace in heaven, had presented a ridiculous proposal to God and the Great Council that did not ensure peace to any of God's children. God, wanting to stay on his throne and keep his power that should have gone to Lucifer per his birthright, had accepted Jehovah's plot. Lucifer is the true peacemaker, they said, since he sought to ensure success and return for all. He makes real peace. So makes it happen, I guess, forces it. No free will. The peacemaker is a title and role in the church CS that extends from Lucifer himself down through his church to each individual person. Under Lucifer, each council, high and regular, has a peacemaker on it that oversees a group or groups of church members, CS. Each generation of a bloodline has a peacemaker, usually the oldest, redacted, the oldest kid, that is in some ways responsible for the actions of his or her family, and each individual family assigns one child, also usually the eldest, to be the peacemaker over the other siblings. Finally, we were taught that each person is assigned by their elders a part of them that is the peacemaker. As mentioned previously, Grandpa Richard is the peacemaker on a high council. It is a very respected and revered title and has much responsibility with it. Peacemakers, especially at this level, squash arguments among CS members. They oversee surveillance of people to make sure everyone is being obedient, and they generally make peace. On the outside, peacemakers generally appear mild-mannered, meek, calm, positive-minded, and thoughtful. It is part of the covenant you make to act in this way, all the while enforcing obedience to the rules and laws of the church CS. You explain your actions to people by saying it is for the good of the individual, the greater good, the best, etc. When you become peacemaker, there is a ceremony that is repeated throughout your life to renew your covenant. Yeah, so they have rebirth days, which they're like expected to do something horrible. They're like horrible experiences, like kill an animal, kill a human, possibly. And Danuve says, what was the name of the director involved with this group again, and what other movies have they produced? Oh, yeah, he worked on the movie Smoke Signals. I think it's Brian Capener. It's like Capenar. Actually, I've got it right here. Capener, where is that? Is it ER or AR? I believe that's the guy, yeah. ER. Brian Capener. Capener. He worked on the movie Smoke Signals, and that's kind of the only thing I know that he did. What films did they produce specifically for the Satanic LDS Church? Well, the ones he made for the Satanic Church aren't ones that we can see. I'm sure they have them somewhere, but it was mostly porn. Like, they would actually sell porn. There's a lady that worked at some video rental store that they would give the videos to her, and like they would make money this way with child porn. But they would also film their ceremonies and hold on to it, I guess, just for their own enjoyment or whatever. There's a lot of like putting on little skits and plays. It's very strange. But the one that he made for the LDS Church, you're only going to see it if you like get a temple marriage in the temple. And I don't know if they're still using that same video, but it's like a video that they show you that's supposed to show like the premortal existence and like this whole story about, I mean, obviously from a different perspective where like Jesus has the better plan and we're going to go with his plan. But yeah, so I think it was him that made that video, that they were for years using to show people when they got married in the temple. I never got married in the temple, so I never, like saw it. But the only time I've been in a temple was they'll let you like walk through it when it's before it first gets dedicated. When it's like a new temple, you can go sort of walk around and look around, and they're always pretty cool looking. But so they're involved with the production of CP. Are they also involved with child trafficking? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, well, what do you have to like take a kids from one place to another? They're taking them to different people's houses. Does that count as child trafficking? Like, I don't know if they're necessarily going like crossing state lines or whatever, like how exactly that works, but they're not, it's local. They're not really like going to other countries or anything. It's like, I guess I'd have to look up like the official definition of trafficking, but it's getting a little darker in here now, isn't it? I wonder if I should turn this light on. But yeah, it seems like the answer to that is yes. I would have to double check like how that's exactly defined, but basically, yeah, they take their kids over to their friends' houses to abuse them in various ceremonies, and they would go camping a lot and do stuff like in the mountains. And David Hamblin made his daughters take peyote. Like at one point, she's like throwing up, like violently ill, throwing up, and like they're like telling her to stop being so dramatic. Oh, and every single time one of these girls threw up in these statements, they made them eat it. Like every single time. It's really disgusting. Like, don't throw up. Like they just so many times they made them eat it. There's a lot of consumption of bodily fluids, a lot of that. And if I can get this to stay. Very gross, a lot of that. And yes, we're talking pee and poo. And, the other thing. Peacemaker High Council. They're making peace, as they call it. Being the firstborn, I was often recognized with special treatment, verbally expressed praise and respect, leadership, etc. Redacted keeps a framed picture of me when I was about Redacted years old by his bedroom door. I remember a peacemaker ceremony around this age, although they would have done the first with the birth of Redacted. He and Redacted have always reminded me that I am Redacted and how important my role is in the Redacted. Okay, well, anyway, I tried to mark the places in here. At one point, I was marking where I saw people getting killed. I didn't get every single one. Like I said, I wasn't totally prepared because like I just sort of impulsively hopped on because I went to this rally. I might play a little of this. Let me see. Yeah, so that was Gordon Bow, and he liked to steal ideas. We had the Olympics here once, right? And he spotted this on a menu at a restaurant. I said, "Light the fire within." And he was like friends with Mitt Romney too, by the way. He was working on his Senate campaign, and like he knows powerful people. Okay, I'm gonna maybe find this video. Oh, but they changed it to ignite the fire within because he had to admit that he stole it off a menu. So at this rally I went to today, I thought this was kind of funny. Someone was dressed as David Hamblin. It's like he's got like the long hair and David Hamblin. I'm sorry for raping you. Police recorded audio of David Hamblin to his daughter, 2013. Yeah, so it's just someone sort of being silly, but it's a good way to bring attention to that. Okay, maybe we should what should we do here? Dang it. I didn't mean to open that. No. Okay. So let me see. I might need to run to the bathroom, so I might. This is from today. The audio was not that great, but this was at the rally today. I was a little late. I had to haul ass over there, and like I was mad at myself. I went back to sleep because I was tired. But it was like at 8 a.m. Danuve says, could you expand more about the hierarchy within the Satanic LDS Church? Who has power over who? Who are the shot callers? I came a little late, so I might have missed it. So yeah, they are definitely very snobby towards the members that they think are like not high-blooded or whatever. But and there's some that won't even want to be seen or participate in the ceremonies of certain people if they're not of a certain bloodline. So there's that. I know there's like a little bit of snobbery about that. And there's like the lower down kind of members and oh yeah, do we have the audio for that police recording or just the transcript? So I don't know where that is. Like I thought I heard Goel, the investigative reporter guy, talk about being able to hear that, but I, as of yet, have not. I can always come back to this, I guess, but I have not found where I would find that. To share audio, share a tab or screen instead. Huh. Can I share a screen? Entire screen, maybe? Oh, here we go. Share the system audio. Okay, I'm just going to let this play for a minute. Sorry about the audio not being very good. They were like using this thing to try to talk. But there were a lot of, like at the Manti, or I keep saying Manti Temple, at the Manti Courthouse, when I went to that, there were only like 50-ish people that showed up, and this was like 150 people. So there's definitely a little more attention being drawn to it. But okay, I'm just gonna let this play for a minute and run to the bathroom if that's okay. I guess I'll mute myself and hopefully remember to unmute myself when I come back. Okay. Did it stop playing? What the heck? Oh my god, damn it. I'm so sorry. I started playing the short one. It was just to show the crowd. I'm such an idiot. I'm so sorry. I might have to cut that out. What the heck? Where's the other video? Well, here's some of that guy's weird art. I'm so sorry. I'm so bad at this, as usual. Yes, he's got some of these weird ones. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Or no, I'm dead. I'm dumb. Dumb's better. Okay. Sometimes. Okay. Yeah, Brian Kershishnik's art. This does kind of remind me of like the Pizzagate kind of stuff with the art on the walls there. This looks like, because this is how he tends to draw dead people, and these look like the size of children. So there's that. I'm so sorry. I thought I had that video playing. This is like cut off, but that looks like a guy holding up a dead guy. He has like stinky, but now he isn't. He's dead. I don't know. He always has like these angels watching over. Lee Benyon, the potter's wife, taught him how to paint. This one is sad. How can you tell? I don't know. Okay. Asleep or sleep, death. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I just left that. I thought that was the longer video. Find me, find me, find me, find me, find me. And there's more dead people, small dead people. I'm sorry, we thought you were a man. Can you fix that? Sure. Okay, thanks. Oh no, weird. That one's not as weird, but what else have we got? What the heck? So, okay, what about this video? So when we went to the Manti court thing.
Virtually, Goel, working on some other projects not related to this.
You can hear me zipping my fanny pack.
And there was a lot of folks here, and the paper comes up and interviews a few of us. And little did I know that I would get involved much the same way that,
so this is just my opinion, but this guy, this guy, I forget his name, it's Ken something, but he talks about Glenn Ballard and how the evil people going after Glenn oh crap, I keep saying Glenn Ballard. Tim Ballard, sorry. Glenn Ballard's the guy who produced or helped Alanis Morissette write her first album. I keep saying that instead. I don't really agree with this guy. I do not like Tim Ballard all that much. I know he did good work with sex trafficking and stuff, but oh shit. I'm also 12. Ah, you're not supposed to be watching this. Terrible art, no talent. I know, right? Okay, yeah, stop. I'm an ass. I messed up. Okay, so I might just skip this guy because I heard this guy, I don't know if it's true, but the Benyons claim that he was sort of harassing them at their house. We don't need that because that's bad. That's bad, okay? We want these people to be held accountable and go to trial. I actually keep worrying that something's going to happen to David Hamblin, some sort of Lee Harvey Oswald scenario. And I'm I want there to be a trial so that he will hopefully maybe potentially turn on his fellow members and reveal who they are. But okay, let's maybe skip. I love Goel so much. Hold on. I'm just going to skip. That's him right there. I just filmed him for a minute.
So, and then all hell broke loose about the middle of September. Do you remember that?
I don't know if it's
There's
quiet.
not much I can go into.
It's at the loudest.
But I will tell you that.
I'm just gonna skip him. Oh, and the guy Phil Lyman came too. He speaks. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is Goel, the investigative reporter. Okay, hold on. So the next guy, it's showing Jason Preston. He's the guy who does We Are the People Utah with his wife. I'm pretty sure they're married. That's him there. So, and then he introduces Goel, who I'm so grateful for him. You gotta subscribe to his Substack because whatever help he needs, he should receive for his work because he's amazing. And yeah, just highly recommend. Investigations and Ritual Abuse on Substack. And he's on Twitter as 1830 Goel, and he's based.
Lexi and I would not be even in this fight if it wasn't for Goel, so I owe him a debt of gratitude, as well as all the people who've helped us see what's going on. So feel welcome up, Goel. Okay. Well, I'm Goel, and by now you know me. If you read the Substack, if you've seen the podcast, you know who I am. My main focus has been the David Lee Hamblin case for the past 2.5 years, since August of 2022. I went live on Substack in October of 2022 to be invited about the case. At the time,
can you hear it?
Remote to Utah, and I live in the southeastern U.S. And I want to talk today about the man who's been waiting for 2.5 years to have his day in court. And that's Tobias Schroeder.
My plumber.
I want to talk about a 5-year-old boy who was sexually abused by a teenager in another state. His parents went to find a psychologist to treat him for that abuse. And the psychologist was recommended to them by one of David Lee Hamlin's neighbors, Joe Binion, was David Lee Hamlin. It is beyond dispute that David Lee Hamlin sexually abused his patients. He admitted to that in the Division of Occupational and Professional Licensing. He admitted that he had sex with his patients and tried to characterize it as part of their therapy. It's not in dispute. That's a fact. He admitted to it. It's not in dispute that he sexually abused his daughters. In a pretext call the Provo police conducted in 2013 before they arrested him, his exact word to his daughter was, "I am sorry for raping you." So it's not in dispute that David Lee Hamlin is a sex offender, he's a sexual predator. The problem that we have is that even with a taped apology to his daughter for raping her in 2013, he wasn't convicted of a single one of the 18 counts against him in that trial. In fact, he never even made it to trial. In 2014, the Utah County Attorney's Office stood before the judge and moved to dismiss it without prejudice, meaning that they could refile, but they never have, on the grounds that they could not locate discovery files to turn over to the defense in that case.
Can you hear it?
2020, David Lee Hamlin filed a motion to expunge that record, and magically, the Utah State Attorney General's office appeared on a web conference in that hearing, that expungement hearing, held up a binder about this thick and said, "This is the discovery that we have on David Lee Hamlin." Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you, if you had that discovery in that binder sitting in the AG's office, why you never refiled those charges? They would never have refiled those charges had Judge Roger Griffin and American Court not given them a deadline to bring those charges. That was when they started to move. It was an active investigation, but until they had the fire put to them, they didn't move. Now think about it from this perspective. In 1999, DCFS has reports, which I have in my possession from a source, in which the Hamlin sisters reported their father for sexual abuse. They reported their father for administering peyote, which is a Schedule I controlled substance, to them. He lost his license for Doppel from the Division of Occupational and Professional Licensing for having sex with his patients. He wasn't tried for any of this. He gave drugs to children. He sexually abused mentally ill and vulnerable people who were in his care as a medical professional. He sexually abused his daughters. He's never faced culpability. And Tobias Schroeder has been waiting since October of 2022 for his day in court. Now I want to call your attention to another case. It involves a billionaire, music mogul, and businessman out of New York and California. You know him as Sean Palmer-Peavy. Well, man calls himself that, but, you know, he was arrested in October of last year. His trial date is set for May. This is a billionaire with infinite connections in business and politics. It's taking less than a year to bring him to trial. And I'm asking you right now, what is wrong with the state of Utah that a self-styled medicine man, because that's what David Lee Hamlin is, he conducts, quote, healing circles, where he takes vulnerable, psychologically dysfunctional people, and he gives them drugs, and he gives them pseudotherapy. His reported income on his affidavit of indigency from 2013 was $13,200. What is it about David Lee Hamlin that has kept him out of a trial for 2 years? 2.5 years. Why have his victims had to wait? Emily Sheets in American Court has 2 eyewitnesses to her abuse. They can verify because they were present during the abuse. It's very simple, ladies and gentlemen.
That day those charges got dropped, that case got dismissed that day after that.
You let the prosecution present their case.
Emily Sheets.
He gets convicted. No jury is going to believe him based on everything that I've just outlined. But we have to get to trial. And that's why it is vitally important that you continue to show up to these hearings, you continue to show up to these rallies, you continue to tell your friends and family members about it, because guess what? Next time it won't be some kid from 30 years ago. Next time it'll be one of your children and grandchildren. It'll be one of your wives or daughters. It has to stop. The state of Utah has a 3% conviction rate on first-degree rape. They only prosecute 11.7% of cases that are reported. That is an abomination before God and man. This should not be something that there is any room for disagreement on. All sexual abuse is satanic. It doesn't matter whether it's ritualized or non-ritualized. All sexual abuse is satanic. All sexual abuse should be prosecuted. And victims should not have to wait 2.5 years to have their day in court. That is what this is about. That's why I do what I do. That's why Jason and Lexi Preston do what they do. That's why Ken Krogh has done what he's done. And I assume that that's what this man stood for when he ran for governor. We know this state is corrupt. We know this state has a problem with sexual abuse. You can toss a stone in any direction. You'll hit somebody who's been sexually assaulted or who knows somebody who's been sexually assaulted. Enough is enough. If we claim the nomenclature of Christ, we understand that sexual immorality is a sin against your own body. And the purpose of the human body is to serve as a temple for the Holy Spirit. Period. And when someone desecrates the temple of a child or an adult against their consent, they are spitting in the face of Almighty God. We do not need to wait for God to return. We do not need to wait for Christ to return. God has given us 2 hands, 2 feet, and brains to solve this problem ourselves. It simply takes determination and will. And for those of you who have come here today, you are showing that determination and will. So I thank you. And I know the victims will thank you too. Tell your friends, tell your family members, stay abreast of where these court hearings are occurring. And show up and stand with these people. They have been through enough. And they do not need to face this alone. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there. I just wanted to show Goel. But, so I have Catherine Hamblin's victim statement. Look, this is a hefty amount of paperwork. She says, I am the third. Yeah, she is the third born. I am the third of redacted, where we were victims of and witnesses to many methods of abuse, torture, and even murder. It's like something on my lip, something squeaky. The people who should have protected me and my sisters, I imagine that's supposed to say. It's weird the way it redacted like the word sister, family, cousin, mother, father, uncle, grandma, grandpa. Like it, those are the words that are redacted from such acts. Moreover, my parents belonged to a group of satanic worshipers where they invited their friends and others from their group to participate in the abuse of my sisters and me. This record describes only some of the experiences I had from the time I was a child up until Redacted and I were free from Redacted's and their group's enslavement. The abuse I have been through has been happening for at least 2 generations of Redacted. Our family, probably. Both parents would openly talk about what they experienced growing up and what the other had experienced. They talked about sexual abuse, verbal abuse, and satanic ritual abuse as a part of their upbringing from their parents and grandparents. Since the police began their investigation into the crimes I have been a victim to and witnessed, I have seen many people from Redacted satanic ritual groups outside my and Redacted's homes watching us, sitting in front of our house in cars, etc. So this shit needs to get on the road because these people's lives could be in danger. Due to threats made during my entire life, this has been alarming to me and causes me to fear my, redacted's, and the community's safety. I have written the experiences contained in this document as quickly and thoroughly as possible. With a lifetime of experiences such as the ones below, it would take me months and even years to write down every experience that I have had. During the investigation into my family, I guess, I have been working several different part-time jobs, or into her father, maybe, enrolled in a full-time master's program, and had many other responsibilities. So that's amazing. Despite these duties, I have sought to make it a priority to record my experiences and bring to light the evil crimes that I have seen and been victim to. To the best of my ability, I'm going to relate the workings of the church with the satanic ritual groups that Redacted and grandparents belong to. They're her parents and grandparents. They would refer to the church as the Church of Satan, the devil, or Lucifer. I will also share some of the experiences I had on a daily basis. My sisters and I were taught the doctrines of this satanic church. One of the main doctrines and goals of the church, or of the groups that I have experiences with, is to destroy people's faith in Jesus Christ and to destroy other people's lives in general. David and Rosie taught us from a very young age that Satan loved us. Obviously, love means something different to them. Sexual. And because we were born into our high-ranking family in Satan's church, we were above most people. We were also taught that everyone else would try and take our power and positions and to stop anyone who tried. I just wanted to mention, Jacob Hamblin is like an ancestor of theirs, and there's like a famous arch in Utah called Jacob's Arch that is like named after him. If you're making skin suits and doing Y poses at graveyards, you have too much time on your hands. Yes, I agree, Danuve. Hope I'm saying that right. Sorry if I'm not. But the potter, allegedly, this is all allegedly. The potter, this is another example of like a little, like in one of these papers, in the statements, they say that he would burn bodies in his kiln. And he insisted that it's pronounced, I guess he thought it was cute or funny to call it a kill instead of a like he did not pronounce the N. And there is a video on YouTube of him. You know what? I should show it. There's like a 3-part video series. And where is it? It's called The Potter's Mill. And in it, he pronounces it like that. He doesn't pronounce the N. He's like, this is my kill. So it's just corroboration. Like everything they say is corroborated everywhere you look. Nothing seems to be misrepresented or inaccurate. You know, at least not intentionally inaccurate. Here, let me see here. I'll share a little. Let's do entire screen. Is this it? Yeah. Also share audio. So annoying. That should be a default. Oh, here we go. He was their neighbor in Spring City, and he was coming over to their house all the time to abuse the girls and to fuck their mother. I'm glad he's talking about rituals right off the bat. I make functional pots that are part of a ritual. By ritual, I don't mean some complicated, trendy concept, but the simplest one, that of eating. The pot is literally the umbilical cord that brings our food from the earth. When we sit down at the table to eat, we commune with the earth. Joseph Benyon. I might be forced to cut this out. I don't know if there's going to be some sort of like of that video of Levitt giving the press conference. It seems like he had duper's delight while denying the accusations. Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely. Dude, I want to see him go down so bad. I thought he like flew the coop because at one point he moved to Scotland and bought a castle and started renovating the castle with his wife, who is also implicated in these statements, Shalom. In the papers though, they misspell her name. They spell it like Shalom, but her name is spelled Chelom. But understandable mistake. But anyway, I was like, it seems like he was like, but they're coming back a lot. They come back here. At one point they were considering getting divorced, but I don't think they actually went through with it. Yeah, her and her sisters would go have sex with David Hamblin in his therapist's office. It was an at-home office. There's so much information. I wish I could just make this so long and go through everything and read all of the statements, but I just wanted to... Okay, get on with it. Get on with it.
I think quite often too much is said about pots, especially by potters. I mean, critics, that's sort of their job, and you have to wade through what they say. But, you know, that you make a pot, and my idea is that if it's something you could write down or you could express in words, then you wouldn't need to make a pot or do a painting or dance about it or make poetry, you know, or do a film. There's something about the medium of clay that says things that can't be said in words. People can talk all about what that pot might mean, but really what it means is between you and the pot, whether you're the potter or you're the one who's using it.
Okay, let's get on.
Pepper to taste, sort of. But I like it to be a little bit toothy, kind of coarse, maybe even a little funky, less plastic, so that as I'm working on the wheel with the clay, I can feel like the clay is giving me some resistance. It's fighting back. It's saying, I want to do this. I want to be coarse. I want to sit down. I don't want to stand up. And so we work out an agreement between.
This is an older video. He's much older now.
Especially my family, when they find out that I buy pots from other potters. We went up to a family reunion in Oregon, and I hit the pottery shops, and I came home with a bag of pots, and I was real happy with them. And they say, well, why do you buy pots? And I say, well, because these are voices. This is what somebody's saying. This is what Charlie LaVenture's saying. This is what Tom Coleman's saying. This is what David Shaner's saying. And this is what his pot is saying. And I want to be part of that. I want to have that in my cupboard so that on a particular day I might pick up that bowl and put some cereal into it and eat it and hold it and do this dance with it, just like the dance he did with it when he was making it. And it becomes another experience. And it's a wonderful kind of performance art that happens every day in the kitchen, in the dining room, when we sit down and interact with these pieces. But really the biggest part of my energy and work goes into the household. The work that supports my wife and my children, helping around the house, but especially working in the garden. And I'd be hard-pressed to think of a better place to teach children the basic lessons of life than in the garden. And it's just important for the kids to have that basic connection between the garden and the household, between the earth and their bodies, between heaven and earth, really. It refers to all those different things. It's significant to me that the thing that maintains our bodies also maintains our spirit, also teaches us the most important spiritual lessons. Because I'm an enthusiastic gardener, I read a lot of things about gardening. I read things in the Bible.
Genevieve says, nothing like a little pottery to relax after a long day of ritualistically abusing children for Lucifer. I know, right? And then you get to you use the pottery in the rituals.
I read contemporary essays and fiction about it.
These people think that they're so intellectual.
That when we buy food in the supermarket,
blah, blah,
could
blah.
teach us.
If you didn't know, you might think these were very nice people, you know? Oh, maybe we can hear him pronounce kiln.
When I put the pots in the kiln, it's like I've done the best I can.
You hear that? He calls it a kill, just like she said in her statement. Hold on.
Pots in the kiln, it's like I've done the best I can, and then I offer up this offering to the kill gods.
The kill gods? Oh, okay.
And the fire people, you know.
Oh, the fire people.
Another thing happens. There's a lot of variables there. The weather, how the wind blows. Maybe it's tied in with the phases of the moon, I don't know. But different things happen in the kiln that I'm not totally in control of, and I really like that. I like the idea that I'm going to be kind of surprised by what comes out of the kill. I have a general idea. If I put a pot here, it will get hit by the salt or the ash in such a way, and there will be this nice blush on the side or a flash from the flame. But it's not death.
Let's read a little story, shall we, from Catherine's victim statement. She talks about a triumph ceremony here. Torture, murder, and cannibalism. They also would feed bodies to javelins, pigs. Apparently, pigs will eat every single bit except for the teeth of a body, so it's a great way to dispose of a body. But they would do other things too, such as consume them themselves. They did not bury them. The guy that Catherine offed, they chopped him up as a family together, and I guess David went and just disposed of his pieces all over the place. Okay, so it says here, many babies, young boys, and sometimes girls, usually if they had a mental or physical impairment, taken from the polygamous group, oftentimes by James Harmston and Tom Green, not the MTV Tom Green, not the Tom Green show Tom Green, and he's a polygamist, and were used as sacrifices in our ceremonies. Often redacted, and many other people would come down to our house in Spring City for the murder ceremonies. It was very difficult to do these up in Provo as there was less space, less privacy, and not an easy way to deal with the disposal of bodies. In Spring City, Joe Benyon, this guy, used his kiln to destroy bodies. I remember many times when there were boys, anywhere from 0 to 19 or so, at our home. She's talking about the ages there. At our home during the day, ready to be sacrificed when night came. There were also adults at times. These boys sometimes looked apathetic to the situation. Some looked terrified. Others seemed relieved to die. Though through more than one conversation, different boys told me that they had been lied to and treated like an animal. Okay, so the triumph ceremony. Redacted taught me that a triumph ceremony is symbolic of being resurrected and going into battle. Oh yeah, so like they believe that their bodies will be resurrected in their prime condition, and there's going to be a big war against the followers of Jehovah versus the followers of Lucifer. So, by the way, that's why it's such an offense for the bodies to be desecrated the way Gordon Bowen, the Punisher, did it, because they need those. They need those for the resurrection. And Mormons, the normal Mormons also believe in that. They're buried. I think they're buried facing east, meaning like when they are resurrected, they're supposed to be facing east. So I guess your toes are actually technically like facing east, and then you would be like, burp. Anyway, and then have a big battle, I guess. Sus. Yes, very sus. Personally, I call my kiln Moloch. Yeah, why hide it? Okay, so when the battle comes, after one triumph ceremony in Spring City, all the men and women... Oh, hold on. A battle between Christ and Satan. It is showing the time when Satan is no longer bound and there is a last battle between Christ and Satan for this earth. It's usually held on a pitch black night with a new moon, or no moon. And you are called by a new name when you're raised out of the grave. You are supposed to covenant to listen to Satan and not Christ when your new name is called, and to fight for Satan and his church when the battle comes. After one triumph ceremony in Spring City, all the men and women walked into the barn on the property next to us. They had left me and Redacted out in the field where they did the ceremony by the white rock. They have a white rock that they talk about having. Redacted was holding Redacted's hand, and Redacted and I walked into the barn to see what Redacted were doing. We looked in, and they were all standing in a circle, chanting and groaning and moaning. They would sometimes make out a call like a bird or another kind of animal. David and Joe were in the middle of the circle, and they were skinning a young man/teenager. They were peeling/knifing the skin right off his face, and everyone was acting like they were about to attack the boy to eat him. Redacted and Redacted came behind us, and Redacted covered Redacted's mouth because we didn't want her to cry out, and we quietly backed out. When we got to the entrance of the barn, we tried to hurry and run away, but they heard us and came chasing after us. 5 of them came outside, and they raped all of us, and I was bleeding a little from my vagina. The people who came out were Joe Benyon, James Harmston, and 3 other men that were friends of Joe and David. Graphic. I'm sorry. We recognized them, but didn't always see them. I was raped by James Harmston, and I saw Joe rape redacted. I like to highlight these when I see a name. Sometimes I missed some of them. When they were done with us, they ran back to the barn. We got together and Redacted helped Redacted wipe the blood off in the grass. We started walking back to the house, but we were nervous that we would be beaten if we did that. We decided to turn around and go back to the trees by the barn where Redacted were. We talked about the boy. Redacted and Redacted thought he was from the polygamous group and that he was kicked out. We knew of many boys who disappeared from the groups down there. We whispered quietly and then Redacted fell asleep. I fell asleep after that. Then promises of future trade. David had many long conversations with James Harmston and others where they would promise each other future trade of all kinds. This trade included things such as babies, boys, children, and other items being traded for sex slavery, sacrifices, murder, and cannibalism. Murder of the boy by the White Rock. Okay, so I'm going to read another one. Very graphic, okay? One evening in the Spring City house, several people came to our house and parked in the gravel driveway. They ate and talked, and it got darker and darker outside. And then everyone put on their dark clothing / robes. A lot of these robes that they're wearing are from like when they graduated from college, like on the High Council and stuff. It's weird. David and Shalom Levitt had come with a young boy, David Levitt, said came from the Green's place. So that's Tom Green. The boy looked very sad and was somewhere between 6 to 10 years old. While the adults were talking, Redacted and I would try to talk to him. Everyone was teasing him, telling us to go have sex with him. We took him with us to our bedroom upstairs. By the way, this is, does it say, she says between the years 1995 and 97. Somewhat near my birthday. Spring or summer. When he saw my Briar horse's toys, his eyes lit up. He said he had seen one of these toys once and wanted one. We let him touch and play with them. I showed him how to use the saddles and all the other miniatures around my barn, but he was more interested in having them run around the corral that I had. We asked him if he wanted anything. He said he just wanted to play. Redacted started crying and got up and left. One of her sisters. Probably Rachel, maybe. I wanted to tell this boy that he was going to be killed and we could let him out, but I knew that they would only hurt him more and us if he left and they caught him. Moreover, the group would often place one to two, sometimes more, adults around the house and property to scout and watch for people leaving or coming. They would warn each other with bird calls and other animal noises. By the way, so other than birthdays, they also do, on Christmas, they do a ceremony where they sacrifice a baby or enact. Sometimes it's real. Sometimes they might just use a doll, I think. But like sacrifice Jesus Christ the baby for Christmas for their Christmas ceremony. I was trying to like keep note of, because it's like the moon phases matter. They like the solstices and equinoxes, and I like pagan stuff. Like I don't like them doing that either. I'm like, so it's like they're making a lot of people. They're sort of, I don't know. Like it's not just the LDS Church that they're kind of making look evil. I kind of like that pagan-y stuff. Like. I don't think it's necessarily all evil like this, but like Yule or whatever, all that kind of thing. Like the boy that Redacted had been forced to kill, Rachel, his name was John, and Rosie kept his body cut up in pieces in the freezer, in plastic bags ready to make food out of. The plastic bags in the freezer said elk, V for venison, and J for John. I knew I was supposed to kill this boy because Redacted had told me earlier that this was a big night for me. I think it was one of my rebirth days. I planned to kill him quickly as I knew there was no way out of not killing him. Oh, they would also do it like when there's like a big blizzard or some like natural, like a big storm or lightning storm or something. They might do an impromptu ceremony. David told us to bring the lucky boy down and people laughed. It was really dark and we all went into the living room to do a ceremony where the endowment was enacted. They made the boy play Eve in this ceremony, and David played Satan. David would lean over and tell him what to say on the few words that he had to speak. In their ceremony, when Eve has sex with Satan, David beat and sodomized the young boy. They also laughed when David Levitt played Jesus Christ and beat the boy over and over when he had sex with Satan. They also laughed every time that David H. leaned over to the boy to whisper to him what to do. They would catcall and ask what Satan was whispering in Eve's ear and make sexual jokes. When the ceremony was finished, Rosie took the boy into the kitchen and gave him pills. Redacted often gave me and Redacted pills when they were going to torture us or when a client had hurt us really bad, or when a client had really hurt us badly. Everyone started heading outside to the White Rock. When we arrived, David talked about the White Rock. They tore off the young boy's clothes and then tied him up to it, on his knees with his arms behind his back, and began beating him. After they put the it's a crown of thorns, on him, they used whips on him too, ours as well as Joe and Lee's. We had a crown made of thorns that Redacted often used in therapy, ceremonies, and their daily torture and abuse of us. They called him Jesus Christ. They told me that I was to kill Jesus. They gave me a piece of glass to do it with. David took my hand and we sliced the naked boy just under the ribs. Very graphic coming up, very graphic. I tried to figure out what to do and lunged for his neck so I could kill him quickly, but David grabbed me and told me that it wasn't time and that we needed to see the boy's strength. I tried to slice my own neck and David grabbed my hand and didn't let me do it. It was common to try and commit suicide during these episodes. David Levitt and one of Joe Benyon's friends that he had brought walked up next to the boy and stood by him to ensure that I couldn't kill him or myself if I tried. He threatened that they would mutilate Redacted if I did anything to myself. Probably her sister or something. One of her sisters. Many people punched, hit, yelled, and sexually grabbed the boy. Joe Benyon kept sticking his penis in the boy's cut, making it bigger, and eventually ejaculated into his cut. I'm sorry. That's so gross. That's so disturbing. I'm sorry. David H. gave me the glass again and said to poke a hole in the boy's balls and to suck out all the semen. I did as I was told. The boy screamed again, but this time Joe's friend covered his mouth with the billowy sleeve of his robe and his hand. I was so angry at my father and all these people and wanted to end this immediately. At one point, David H. took out a knife and scalped the boy and held the scalp up in the air, yelling out with a Native American stereotype yell for a few seconds. So I'm like, you know what they mean. Many other people joined in with him. There was blood everywhere around the boy. Then they told me to cut off his penis. I acted like I would and bent down. I could feel blood dripping on me from the boy's head above me. I kept telling him I was sorry. I wasn't cutting like I was supposed to. Rosie came over and hit me over and over for disobeying her. So like if you don't do what they tell you to do, they would like all attack you. I wasn't David handed me the knife, but it wasn't very sharp, so it took me a while to try and saw off his penis. I stopped and sliced his throat instead. I was so angry, and as soon as I cut him, David H., David L., Rosie, Joe's friend, and all the people screamed and moaned. His head dropped down, and I knew he was dead. Redacted jumped at me with her eyes wide and started strangling me. She told me I still had to do what I was told and shoved my head into the boy's genital area and made me suck on it. There was blood everywhere. I couldn't even see what I was doing as blood kept dripping onto me from the boy. I threw up in the dirt. Rosie and David made me eat the throw up. Yeah, like I said, they are never allowed to throw up without being forced to eat it. Then everyone came over and danced around the rock and touched each other. They each sliced a piece off of him and ate it. That night, I was raped by several people, including David Levitt and Lee Benyon. Joe's two friends raped me too. When everyone was finished, David L., David H., and Lee and Joe Benyon started untying the boy and putting him into the black bag they had brought. Together, they carried the body to Joe Benyon's kiln, or the kill, as they called it. Joe opened it up and people stood around to watch. He took the boy out of the bag and put him in the kiln and lit it on fire with gas. I stood there staring into the fire and felt like I was in a daze. I felt overwhelmed with sadness. When we got back to the field, Joe grabbed my arm and started to take me to the bunkhouse, but Rosie stopped him and said I had to go clean. She told me to make sure all the blood was gone outside and to shower in the mudroom shower afterwards. They put a shower right next to the mudroom. There was a door between the bathroom and the mudroom, but it didn't even have doorknob. Doesn't have a doorknob. Just a hole where the doorknob should go. Redacted took pride that their house was partially designed for stuff like this. Easy access to the bathroom from the mudroom, linoleum that was designed to be easily cleaned, a thick plastic polymer on the wood floor in the kitchen that, again, made it easy to clean up bodily fluids when they butchered people and animals in that room, among other things. Not many hours later, Redacted came into my room just as there was barely any light outside, and she woke and she woke up redacted in me and said to go outside and check again to see if there was any blood or anything else on the ground. It was because of ceremonies like these that there was never any grass growing around that rock. Redacted told us it was easy to get these boys because there was usually no record of them anywhere. They were usually born at home. Rarely did any of the boys go to school unless they had plans to keep them in the groups for labor or leadership. They would be any age from a baby until 18 or 19 years old, and sometimes even older. When they were finished with these boys, they would often string them up and bleed them so they could use their blood for their gardening, ceremonies, or whatever else they needed it for. They didn't only use boys, however, they often used girls. I remember one girl between the ages of 1 and 2 who had a deformity in her lip that showed her teeth, and her teeth were messed up too. It's like a cleft lip. I wonder if they have to be buried in the east to face the morning star. Well, like the normal Mormons do that because they believe that Jesus will return from the east. They think that's the direction he's going to be coming from. But I was actually wondering if these guys, since they do it a satanic inversion of everything the Mormons believe, maybe they face west. I wonder. I'm kind of curious about that. All that would be needed to prove these accusations is the location that the murders took place and some luminol. Exactly. Yeah. We know we have addresses. We do have addresses. You know, it's weird because the police never interviewed these people who are named in these witness statements. They only went after David Hamblin. Like, he was the one that was sort of offered up. But, well, they did arrest Rosie eventually as well. She's remarried now. Her last name is Stevenson now. I mean, that would be a great idea. Why don't we? I mean, I don't see why not. Where do you get luminol? Like, I think that the investigator reporter guy, he went into one of these houses. Like, there's like a new owner, and he looked around. He just wanted to verify like certain things, like how it looked, the layout, and whatever. And he told the new owner like what was allegedly to have happened there. So that's a great idea. You know, it'd be nice if we could get a proper investigation because there never has been one. No, she had a deformity in her teeth. They really hurt her before killing her. They also used their bodies for meat. Rosie and David would butcher a boy after he was killed, unless it was a part of the torturing before death, and cut them up to make food out of later. I didn't always like eating meat as a child because we would rarely know where it came from. The kiln. The kiln was sometimes used to destroy evidence of murders. Redacted often said that burning people in Joe's kiln was one of the best methods of hiding any evidence and destroying a body. I remember them stuffing people into the kiln several times. There were times when David and Joe would drive up the mountain in Spring City with a bag of body parts, or just bones sometimes, and disperse of them up there. David and Rosie and Joe and Lee would often use the ash from the people they burned on their gardens and in Joe and Lee's compost. They would also use blood to pour on tree roots and onto a growing vegetable garden. If it was a special person's blood, like sometimes from one of Redacted's members' abortions, Rosie would keep the blood and dye fabric with it, making doilies and handkerchiefs for the ceremonies. Oh yeah, so like Mormons also believe in, like, they have something called a patriarchal blessing. I never got one because I didn't stay in the church long enough, but I'm still technically a member. Like, I was never excommunicated, and when my mom visits me, we sometimes we'll go to church. Like, you know, it's just sort of, I don't know, it's kind of fun. I don't know. I went there recently when she visited me, and it was kind of funny because after like the sacrament meeting, it used to be 3 hours long when I was a kid, but now it's just 2 hours. But after the sacrament meeting, which is like everyone together, there I attended like a sort of class portion, and this last time the topic they were talking about were those missing pages that were taken from the Book of Mormon while Joseph Smith was in the middle of translating it. And it was just sort of it's kind of funny, you know, because they had those pages taken and lost, like stolen basically by someone whose wife didn't really believe that he was like communicating like with angels and all that. And they were, you know, it's kind of funny to hear. Like, I think the way they explain it is that God knew that was going to happen or something. And so like, he's like, that actually wasn't like, we have different revelation that says basically like the same thing we were trying to say or something. I don't know. They sort of have to like dance around it a little bit. It's fine. I'm not trying to offend anyone, but because they weren't able to exactly retranslate it exactly that way a second time, or chose not to for whatever reason. But shit, what else was I going to say? Oh, I really wanted to mention this because Goel, the investigative reporter, whose articles are like crack to me, my stomach is starting to growl. He blew my mind with something. So he believes, and he has good reason to believe this, and I think this could potentially actually be totally true, that Joseph Smith never condoned or recommended or had revelation from God about polygamy. Like, there's a book called The Doctrine and Covenants that contains a lot of Joseph Smith's like revelations that he received from God, right? And he would usually publicly speak on a new revelation. And apparently this revelation where God told him that they wanted them to practice plural marriage, he never publicly spoke about it. He multiple times excommunicated people for polygamy, and that was announced after his death and added to the Doctrine and Covenants after his death. So that blew my mind, because that would mean that the modern day Mormon church is like sort of throwing him under the bus, basically, in order to keep everything coherent and together, because it was really more like Brigham Young's thing. Brigham Young, the Y, the Y on Brigham Young University on the mountain. I used it as the thumbnail for this video. I don't know. That just blew my mind. Like, and there's all these people who claim to have been like descendants of Joseph Smith, who I guess like in 2006 or something, they did DNA tests and they were not related to Joseph Smith. So it's like these, like, and so he was saying that they doctored the books. Like Mormons do something called sealing themselves to their wife and children, like so that they can be together for all eternity, because families are forever. And, you know, they don't say till death do us part. They believe that marriage is forever. So anyway, like, this would mean that Joseph Smith supposedly being sealed to all these other women was doctored after his death and manipulated to make it look like he condoned polygamy. And Goel believes that he did not. In fact, the Book of Mormon calls polygamy whoredom. So that is very interesting to me. Oh, and by the way, when I mentioned how they like to desecrate like holy locations of the Mormon church, was it June Hamblin, or was it one of the grandmas took one of the daughters on a special trip east, because the Mormons started out in New York and kept getting kicked out until they landed in Utah, and took her to Joseph Smith's birthplace and sexually abused her there. So like, if I would like, this should be highly offensive to Mormons, like LDS people. Yeah. Not trying to attack them, trying to like light a fire under them and get them to get angry. Because like, this is covering up this stuff. That is what would take down the church. And like, it's highly subversive, and they should do something about it and like get on it like ASAP and stop covering it up. I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? Because this drives people away from your church, you know? Like, these members, you know, there's a chance they're gonna like hate the Mormon church because if it's covered up and all that. But, you know, I did notice that one of these daughters, when she was driving on her way to go confront her mother in the video, she said a prayer to Jesus to help her because she sounded nervous and scared and stuff. But that shows me that, you know, she's not still worshiping Lucifer, obviously, and didn't drive her away. She still is praying to Jesus. But looks like you can buy it online for like $20. Shit, I can't remember what I was talking about. Oh, luminol. That's cool. That's interesting. I wonder why Goel didn't do that. Does it destroy the evidence to use luminol? Because I wonder if he would prefer like the actual police do that so that they have record of it. If they would, it would be nice if they would. Where's Joseph Smith's corpse? I think he must be buried. He was killed at the, where did he die? He was killed at the jail by a mob. Some people believe that it was like the Freemasons that killed him, actually, because he was kind of butting heads with the Freemasons. At one point they had like a lodge and they were like accelerating people's membership through you know, the levels. There's like 33 levels and they were like 1, 2, 3, like accelerating people fast, like, and it was like not sanctioned by the official Freemasons or something. I don't know. Hold on. Joseph Smith. No. Type, please. Where is Joseph Smith buried? Joseph Smith is buried in the Smith Family Cemetery in Nauvoo, Illinois. Yeah, that's where he was killed, along with his wife Emma and his brother Hiram. The cemetery is located on Water Street and overlooks the Mississippi River. I actually really like some of the LDS Church films about Joseph Smith. Like, he was like very charismatic and likable and upbeat and positive and optimistic, and he inspired people. I don't know. I kind of like, he may have been, I don't know what to say about him being inspired for real by the actual real Abrahamic God. But, it made me like him more if he didn't like that polygamy stuff. That made me like him a little more, if that's true. And Goel goes into that in his article. It's so interesting. I just highly recommend his thing, his Substack. Is there a video of it somewhere? Or is it The Prophet of the Restoration? I just had no idea how fascinating some of this stuff was. Entire screen, share audio. Here's like a little video they've got. Joseph Smith's first vision. What are the origins of the Satanic LDS Church? Between 1832. Where did it start and how did it devolve into child murder / rape cult? Well, they claim that it goes all the way back to Oliver Cowdery, who was the very first person that Joseph Smith baptized. And he was excommunicated at one point and then rebaptized into the church again. I think that might have been after Joseph Smith's death that he was allowed back in. So, like, that's what the Satanists believe that in this cult, like, that it goes all the way back to the very beginning inception of the church, like, right off the bat. But as far as these witness statements and what these sisters know, at least three generations, their grandparents, and their parents and themselves. And the people who are involved and are having kids now might need to be looked at. Oh, shit.
And 1844, Joseph Smith and some of his closest friends recorded at least 9 accounts of Joseph's first vision experience, given on different occasions to different audiences. The most detailed of these accounts, written in 1838, has been published in a volume of scripture called the Pearl of Great Price.
Yeah, so the Mormons have the Bible, King James Version of the Bible, the Book of Mormon, the Pearl of Great Price. I never read much of that one. And then the Doctrine and Covenants, which contains his revelations.
What you're about to see draws upon all of the written first vision accounts to provide additional perspectives and insights into this remarkable event.
My name is Joseph Smith. When I was young, there was in the place where we lived an unusual excitement on the subject of religion. My mind became seriously impressed with regard to the welfare of my soul. I pondered many things in my heart. I felt to mourn for my own sins and the sins of the world, but upon inquiring about the plan of salvation, I found that there was a great clash in religious sentiment. This was grief to my soul. I knew not who was right or who was wrong, and I considered it of the first importance that I should be right in matters that involved eternal consequences. I wanted to get religion, too. I wanted to feel and shout like the rest, but could feel nothing. I was one day reading the Epistle of James. If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, and it shall be given him. It seemed to enter with great force into every feeling of my heart. After I retired into the place where I had previously designed to go, having looked around me and finding myself alone, I kneeled down and began to offer up the desires of my heart to God. I cried unto the Lord for mercy, for there was none else to whom I could go to obtain mercy. It was the first time in my life that I had made the attempt to pray vocally.
Oh God.
Immediately, I was seized upon by some power which entirely overcame me and had such astonishing influence over me as to bind my tongue, so I could not speak. My mind filled with doubts and all manner of inappropriate images. It seemed to me, for a time, as if I were doomed to sudden destruction, but exerting all my powers to call upon God to deliver me.
Lord,
my mouth was open.
Have mercy on me.
And my tongue liberated.
Forgive me.
Right. So he describes being seized upon by like this evil force, which I guess is like Satan or Lucifer, that tried to prevent him from saying this prayer, which was the prayer where he claims to have encountered and seen with his own eyes God and Jesus, Heavenly Father and Jesus, and been told, you know, the very first time he was told his thing about needing to restore the true church.
Joseph, this is my beloved son.
So it passed, something seized upon him, attacking him. It sounds almost like a bad trip, the way he describes it. And then it sort of just passed. And then this, you know, this allegedly happened.
Hear him. Joseph, thy sins are forgiven thee. Behold, I am the Lord of glory. I was crucified for the world, that all those who believe on my name may have eternal life.
This isn't really to do with the cult. I don't know. I just sort of...
The world lieth in sin.
You do kind of need to know the lore of the beliefs of the normal Mormons to understand the behaviors of these crazy people.
They've turned aside from the gospel and keep not my commandments. They draw near to me with their lips, while their hearts are far from me. They teach for doctrines the commandments of men, having a form of godliness, but they deny the power thereof. Go not after them. Wait patiently. At a future time, the complete truth of the gospel will be revealed to you.
Okay, well, anyway, I'm getting kind of off topic, I guess, a little bit there. So I wanted to also show you some of, where is it? The David Levitt press conference that he held. It's kind of long, so can't do like the whole thing, but he's just, I don't know. He bugs me. I want to see him go down. If it will play. Hopefully, maybe. Loading. Play. Maybe if I hit refresh. There we go. Okay.
And as I have served as county attorney since the beginning of my term,
he lost the election. He was in the middle of an election. He was trying to become the Utah what was it called? The state attorney general or something like that for Utah. And he gave this, and he was in the middle of an election. He was saying, this is like an attack on me. It's a weird story. Like, he starts talking about this other guy. I don't really want to get into all that. Like, that he says was like trying to get after him for prosecuting him for rape. But that's another whole weird story.
the case resulted in criminal charges against one individual, the tragically mentally ill woman's father,
keeps calling her that.
And my predecessor, Jeff Buman, ultimately dismissed that case against
Oh, who was that? Jeff who?
because the evidence was so outlandish and so unbelievable.
Without interviewing anyone.
That therapist had his record expunged recently, his arrest expunged recently, and should be out of the public record.
Interesting.
Because law enforcement is
Buman?
about trust. It's about being able to say that when the government makes an allegation, that there's substance behind it that we can believe in. And if there's not, then we have a process whereby people can have their names restored, which was the process through which this therapist went. Yesterday, I was provided a copy
So weird delay.
an alleged witness statement of that
Kind of jerky, isn't it?
mentally ill woman. And for the first time in purportedly 15 or 20 years since the report was given, I learned that my wife and I were part of those allegations,
Shalom.
alleging that we were guilty of cannibalizing young children and murdering young children.
Yep. Hold on. Let me pause this for a second and
This
read.
morning,
Here's another triumph ceremony. When everyone arrived, they all participated in the triumph ceremony except the boy. Hold on. Where's the boy? Let's first start talking about a boy. During the summertime, redacted, this is 1995 to 97, sometime during that. Redacted was getting the coffin trunk ready before everyone came. They have a trunk that was big enough that a grown man could lay in it, and they call it the coffin trunk. And their altars that they would use were also just trunks, like trunks. So one other murder with all redacted in the barn on the property next to ours was where they skinned a young boy. They made each of us have sex with him while he was being skinned. They skinned him to desecrate him because it was torture, but also because they believed that they would be resurrected in the future the way they were buried if they were disobedient to Satan. They then nailed his hands and wrists into a homemade cross and raised the cross. They then beat his body with sticks after he had been skinned. Blood got all over that old barn. Afterwards, Redacted and I were made to clean it all up with Joe and David watching to make sure we got every spot. This was in the barn next to our property in the Spring City house, 1994 to 1996. The people there include Joe and Lee Benyon, Rosie and David Hamblin, David and Shalom Levitt, the guy right there, and many more of their friends. Oh, yeah, she said that these sacrifices of humans drew a large crowd because they felt they were so powerful. So a lot of people wanted to be present when these took place. Another time during a skinning, I remember they skinned the face of the boy and then poured something on him that made his skin sting horribly, and he cried out screaming. They also made us have sex with the boy while he was being skinned. Everyone also beat and touched his face. Joe Benyon and other people even licked his face and touched or slapped it. Then, later that night, we all took him down to the kiln at Joe's pottery shop where they burnt his body. The people present were David and Rosie Hamblin, Joe and Lee Benyon, James and Linda Mooney, and others. It was in the summer or fall, 1997 to 98. Okay, so anyway, that was sort of the preamble. But, so Steve... Okay, triumph ceremony. The boy was between 12 and 15 years old, and he was quiet. Steve had taken off the boy's clothes and roped him up and put him in the corner of the room. The only light was the candle lit. They did the ceremony, raising people in and out of the coffin trunk as righteous children of Satan. After the triumph ceremony, they put the tarp down on top and began to sacrifice the boy on the altar. After gagging him with a cloth, they skinned him on his face, some areas on his chest, and then they skinned most of his penis. He screamed for a lot of it. They then made Redacted lie on top of his partially skinned body and told her to have sex with him. I don't know if they had intercourse, but either way, she was forced to sit on him and move her private parts back and forth on him. They hit Redacted over and over, telling her to move faster. They continued to torture him until Joe Benyon cut off his penis, and then they stuck the bloody penis in the boy's mouth. He then jabbed his eyes out with a knife. Steve took the knife and cut off the gag, and then he asked him questions like, "Are you in pain right now?" And the boy did not answer, but continued to be in shock, with tears coming out of his eyes and drool coming out of his mouth. And then Steve slit his throat. Steve is David Hamblin's brother. Then they desecrated the body even more. Many people posed with the penis Joe had cut off and took pictures. They had us pose on the floor with the boy's penis stuck in our vaginas and took photos of that. They also made Redacted and Redacted take a photo where they each had one end of the cut off penis in their mouth and act like they were eating it. The adults were all laughing and started touching us and each other. They often did this kind of thing after a murder. They continued to do things such as cut off his hands and head. They took more photos. They made us lie on the ground while everyone watched and laughed and put his hands on our private parts. Steve made me get on all fours and then put one of the fingers from the hand in my anus and made me turn towards the camera and smile. When they cut off the head of the body, Craig ran over to the coffin trunk. Craig Christensen, the guy who's on the Provo City Council right now, ran over to the coffin trunk where the body was laying headless, and he moved the tarp and body up to the edge of the coffin trunk. He crouched on one side, telling Rosie to take a picture of his head where the head of the boys should have been. Then they had Redacted hold up the head of the boy and French kiss it. They also put the head on Rosie's vagina like he was sucking on it as she sprawled on the ground posing for photos. David and Steve both tried to stand together and put their penises in the mouth of the head and take a picture. Susan put the head between her legs, upside down as she lay on the ground, and acted like she was giving birth to an older boy. Jeannie acted like she was pulling on the head to help her get it out, and they both had a shocked look on their face as they posed for photos. I remember seeing the photos developed of all of these. Soon, everyone broke out into an orgy on the floor. During this instance, I was raped by Susan Christensen. She goes by Suki. She has a website called fiercemormonmothers.com. And Steve Hamblin. I saw Redacted raped by Craig Christensen, and Joe Benyon, and Jeannie Hamblin was telling Redacted what to do to her and forced Redacted to suck on her vagina. After they were finished, they then threw the body on the green metal table in the kitchen and butchered him together. As they did this, they continued to desecrate his body, and David, Craig, and Joe would talk in different voices and move the boy's jaw or move the penis in and out of his mouth, saying stuff like, "Oh, wow, I like having sex with myself," among other things. They pulled out different organs from his body. Rosie separated different parts of his body and then laid them out. She put them on the table around his head in a half circle. They lay out all his organs on the table around his head, and together everyone ate the special organs. I'm sorry, I thought David Levitt was in this one. Yeah, he was. He was. Wait a minute. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. I'm sorry. I need to find one with David Levitt in it. I'll just finish this one anyway, but we were all forced to eat him, which in their doctrine would give us power. They believed it would make them be able to own and enslave the person if they ate the person. They also believed that by eating a person, they could inherit their spiritual gifts and any other powers they possess. After this, they finished butchering him and shared bags of his cut up body with Suki and Craig, Joe and Lee. Sorry, I just like to highlight when I see names. Redacted and I were forced to clean up while Steve and Rosie had sex in the living room. They had Redacted with them, and Redacted Jeannie, Aunt Jeannie, I believe, Steve's wife, I think, was asleep on the couch. Oh, just having a sleepy time. Murder of baby at grandma's house. I want to see one where David Levitt is involved. Oh, crap. I'm making a mess. Getting these all mixed up. Oh, dang it. I don't know. I highly recommend reading these, even though they're very disturbing. Dang it. I'm just going to sort of scan for the name Levitt. Brian and Suzanne Kershesnik. Suki and Craig followed them the guy who's on the Provo City Council, all over. Like whenever they moved, whenever the Hamblin family moved, they would follow them. So they moved to Arizona, New York, Utah, Spring City, Edgemont area, and Provo, etc. Yeah, there's a very disturbing one where they kill a baby, and the grandma, Karma, Carma, she at one point had a mastectomy, and she was sort of like not really as much involved anymore with like the sexual orgies that inevitably took place after a ceremony. So they would sort of try to sneak off with her when she would step away and go into the kitchen, and it's so disturbing. It's like her cutting up the baby's body and like describing, just discussing, you know, like got a little blood coming out of her mouth, like just saying disturbing things and eating the baby in front of these girls. And then, you know, the people having the orgy are like calling the girls and they're like, we're helping grandma. And they're like, get in here. You know, they didn't want to participate, but they were forced to, trying to sneak off with grandma. I mean, I'm like, both options are terrible. Janine Jones. There's one that's like kind of interesting. Anne Gregerson, who was a sculptor, where she's like doing stuff to the girl, like shoving her. There's often things described where they're like hurting them, like shoving their fingers inside them and like scraping and scratching them. And it's like, it sounds fucking horrible. And she's like doing that to her. And she's like, does that hurt? And she's like, yeah. And she's like, I know how you feel. And then like starts crying because like these people had it done to them. So it's like this weird psychological stuff going on. And she's like still doing the abuse to her, but like crying about understanding how she feels. Is there anything sus on the Fierce Mormon Mother's website? You know, I need to, maybe we should look it up. Maybe we should check it out real quick. I always do this and get distracted with different things, but like where is the website? There it is. I actually haven't checked this one out, so I'm not sure on that, but I can say that Shalom Levitt on her website talks about like not getting too upset with your, like, I believe she's talking about like 3 or 4 year olds. If you catch them pleasuring themselves in the bathtub, I'm like, I wasn't doing that at that age. I don't know how common that actually is, but you know, that's a little weird. Like she talks about like talking to your kids about sex a lot, like a lot. I think she says like once a week or something. It's weird. But I help burnt out and overworked moms experience more joy, fulfillment, and excitement in their life. Wait a minute. No. This is not it. It's Fierce Mormon Mothers. Well, where the heck is it? I wonder if she took it down. Where is it? Yeah, I'm not finding it. This is her Instagram here. You know, I wonder if she's getting like harassed or something and maybe took it down or something. I don't see it. Yeah, it's supposed to be called Fierce Mormon Mothers. Maybe it's .net. Is that possible? Nope. Is it just one mother? Fierce. What about... I wish I could make this stream like as long as possible. I don't know. There's just so much. I don't know. I'm not seeing it. Maybe... She also has one called Character at Dinner about like reading to your kids with your kids. School of Values. Does she have it on her Instagram? Type her name in and then the force. Oh, okay. So that's her right there. There he is. Does she has this website listed. Character at Dinner. Like stories to read with your kids to develop their character. My name is Susan Christensen, wife, mother of 6, and grandmother of 5. I taught elementary school in Utah and New York. I love to play tennis, garden, and read. As a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, I have worked to build my life on a foundation of Jesus Christ and become more like him. Well, that's that one. But, okay, and you said to... Oh, shoot. You said to search... maybe I should include her nickname. Christensen. Maybe that will do it. I don't know. Maybe she took it down. Mormon mothers love Suki Watterson. No. No, that's not it. I feel like maybe she might have taken it down. I don't know. I might go back to this because I want to see him talking a little bit.
At 3:30 approximately in the morning, Nicholas Rossi, posing as Arthur Knight,
I know.
posted to the internet allegations
I know, right?
that I am a suspect along with my wife in this crime. It follows Nicholas Rossi's mode of operating.
Okay, hold on. I want to see where he talks about how he knew.
It does nothing as the source for confirming that I indeed am a suspect in crimes that involve cannibalism and murder of small children. That this all occurs less than 1
Yeah, I'll
week
have to find that.
before ballots drop in an election in which I am participating.
He lost.
To an outside investigation where outside independent investigators are able to investigate and confirm or deny Sheriff Smith. Not only to open his office for an investigation, not only to suspend Spencer Cannon pending that investigation, but to resign himself. I encourage Mike Smith to open his office. Having read the 151 pages of utter baloney, my heart goes out to the 15 or 20 innocent citizens whose names are implicated, whose reputations are besmirched. I'm sorry
Poor people.
that someone's effort at eliminating me as an elected prosecutor has hurt you. To the tragically mentally ill woman, I'm sorry that someone, for pure political, unvarnished gain, is using your trauma and your heartache for their gain. Who is a reputable member of the Utah State Bar
He's talking about his wife.
and a respected university PhD researcher.
He talks so slow.
To my family, to my wife, Spencer Cannon, to apologize. To the extent that my partners in law enforcement have participated in cheap political tricks and using their power and their authority that it is absolutely ludicrous. And so I had no idea till yesterday.
We've read them. What do you say to the sheriff's office saying they have multiple victims of this child sex ring that have come forward? That would contradict what you're saying, that this is just one mentally ill victim.
Let's bring them forward. Let's put this in the light of day. And maybe while we're at
Ludicrous.
it, let's find out why.
Outlandish.
If this is a 25-year investigation, why is it occurring 7 days before the ballots drop in my election? And if this truly was an investigation that they've been having since April of 2021, and if there truly are federal agencies and other state agencies that are participating in this, who are they? Let's name the agencies. Let's get them involved. Let's find out who it is. Yes, I welcome that.
You want the sheriff to step aside as well as Sergeant Cannon. Do you think you need to step aside while this investigation plays out?
Absolutely not, because the allegation that I am asserting is that the sheriff's office is using its position for political gain.
Okay, here we go. Real quick. So this is setting up appointments between the years 1993 and 1995. Provo House. This happened at nearly every party or when people came over to our homes. However, the frequency refers to how many times this happened with David Levitt, this guy. This also happened when we were at parties or other group members, like when we were at Gordon Bowen's house, Skin Suit Man, for a few different parties. Redacted often pushed us on to many people trying to get us to have sex with them. She did this at many parties and places she took us, probably Rosie. In order to obtain more suitors, Redacted brought us to parties, probably her mom, and put us on display for any potential clients to see. This display was often in the form of musical performances. When we were at these parties, including in Redacted home, all of us were ordered to touch people's private parts. Redacted rewarded us when we touched adults' private areas as well as when we gained clients. Sometimes our reward would be candy, gifts, new pets, money in our bank account, or other things. One time at a party where Redacted was serving cake and ice cream, Redacted came up to me and started handing a plate of cake and ice cream to me, but then pulled it away and asked me if I had invited Dave back so the two of us can play. He was referring to David Levitt. Redacted called him Dave. I shook my head no, and then he told me to make sure David L. was coming back before I could have some cake. I didn't ask him, but David H. told Rosie, and Rosie took my arm and pulled me as she went over to David L. and said something like that I had said the cutest thing and told him that I wanted him to come back soon so that I could play with him alone. David L. grabbed me around the waist and said that he would love to do that and kissed me on the forehead. Rosie walked away, and on the way out, David L. said to David H. that he was going to stop by in the next couple of days. David H. acted somewhat surprised and then smiled and said that he was welcome. Not many days after that, David Levitt came back and raped me in the bedroom next to Redacted. Every time we had a client over, Rosie would take notes down of what happened and what methods they used. She kept a file on each person. Rosie, David, Richard, and Karma, those are grandparents, would not always tell us their friends or their clients' names if we didn't already know them. I would often ask the clients their names because I was usually trying to plot a way to get out of the situation and wanted to get information. I also would look through the files she would write about them to try to identify who they were. It was rare that it was unlocked, so I didn't always get to look through. She kept many files which had these people's information in it in the gray file cabinet in their bedroom, as well as a large brownish pinkish file cabinet in the room next to their bedroom in the Provo house. She had them in plastic file containers in her bedroom and Redacted's bedroom in the Provo condo clear or gray plastic with black lids. So anyway, I don't know. I just wanted to read something involving him.
Accusing him.
It says, it's funny how all of the toddlers involved in these satanic ritual abuse cases are all incidentally also the world's greatest liars. I know, right? Or tragically mentally ill. Dude, she's like, this one is working on a master's degree, so I'm pretty sure she's not tragically mentally ill. And they do not sound mentally ill. They sound of sound mind. And like I said, corroboration everywhere you look. Oh, shit.
Of abusing, of cannibalizing and murdering children. And no, I will not step aside. Yes.
Can you share a little bit more about the circumstances of which this case ended or stopped or was dismissed, how it came to be that there were these allegations and charges and then the investigation halted?
Well, this case was dismissed almost 10 years before I took office.
And you have access to the case file then, correct?
I can find it. Yeah, it's in the archives someplace.
Have you not looked at it?
No, it's going to take several days. We were not paperless in that time frame. And what I'm doing is trying to be completely transparent and above board, and I will make those files available to the extent they are allowed under the law. I have nothing to hide. What's going to be interesting to me is if the 151 pages that we all have is in that witness file.
You have criticized law enforcement and whoever has released this document, but you're now saying you will release more documents.
I think what I said was, let me clarify.
Mm-hmm.
To the extent that such documents are allowable to be released under the law, and to the extent there are appropriate grandma requests for such documents, we will release them. However, we will not slip them to political adversaries. We will not slip them to political consultants. We will not slip them to prosecuted. The Utah County Attorney's Office dismissed a charge of rape without clarifying that case was dismissed 10 years ago by my predecessor. And I expect more of you as an individual and more of your
When you were the Juab County attorney, did you know anything about allegations of a sex ring, ritualistic sex abuse going on in San Pete, Juab, and Utah counties? You would have been the county attorney during the timeline.
I prosecuted the therapist in Juab County for poaching a deer. He pled guilty. It's been 20 years ago or more.
Okay.
He poached a deer to use for ritualistic purposes. He pled guilty to it, as I recall. And was I aware of any kind of ritualistic ring? No, I was not.
Not what he said in the other video.
You're saying there that he killed that deer for a ritual purpose.
For his
You
own.
would have had to at least know there was ritual
He killed the deer for a Native American seminar, a Native American ceremony, not dealing in sex, murder, and cannibalism.
Did you investigate that?
No, I did not.
That it didn't involve sex?
Because there were no allegations of it. The case was brought to me by the Department of Natural Resources for a deer poaching case, and I prosecuted the deer poaching case. Now, everyone should know, if you don't know already, that when I was a law student, this therapist was my elders quorum president in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He was my neighbor. I had a family connection.
Family connection.
When his wife learned of whatever he was doing, she divorced him. And I testified at that divorce hearing. I'm well aware of who the therapist is, and I'm well aware of many of the players here. But for example, I've never been to Spring City, Utah.
Not according to these.
I could probably find my way there in San Pete County, but I've never been there. I mean, the allegations that are there are so outlandish and so crazy that, they're just not true. And let me be clear. When the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, for whom I do not speak, found out about this person's conduct, they kicked him out, right? I mean, there is nothing, there is no organized ring of abuse. It was debunked more than 10 years ago. It was dismissed by someone not in any respect affiliated with me. And it wasn't even investigated in a serious way by the Sex Crimes Task Force of Utah County. Now, I would suggest to you, if they didn't investigate it, that would suggest that it's because the story is just so crazy.
How can you say that confidently, though, when you've already told us today you haven't reviewed the case file? How can you stand here and confidently say that this was a justifiably dismissed case when you already told us you haven't seen the case?
I don't know, but I guess it's true.
I've already told you that I knew who the therapist was. And I had a conversation with the deputy county attorney in this office that prosecuted the case, Dave Sturgill. I had that conversation many years ago and asked about the status of the case. And
Okay,
he told me,
I'm going to stop. I want to read this one where she killed the guy. Experience number 52 of Catherine Hamblin. Man from out of town, dead. Saturday night in the warmer months of 1993. Provo House. People involved, Rosie and David. I was very angry at Redacted for making Redacted and I be prostitutes and experience the sexual, physical, and emotional violence that was attached. I was also very mad at this man for doing the things to me that he did. One night after he had raped me, I got out of the bed and said I had to go to the bathroom and would be right back. I was naked and walked into the hall to Redacted's office, David's office. I slowly opened the door and went to his desk drawer where he kept the letter opener that was the shape of a sword. It was very sharp for a letter opener. David often used it in threatening us or others during his therapy. My heart was racing, but I knew what would happen if I didn't do it. I walked to the bathroom and flushed the toilet, and then I walked back to my bed in my room with the knife/letter opener on the side of my body. I was shaking. The man was asleep with his head tilted to the left. I climbed on the bed and held still, acting like I was going to sleep. His hand reached over and grabbed my body as he searched for my vagina. When he found my vagina, he squeezed it so hard, I tried not to yell out, but held as still as I could, internalizing my pain. And in that moment, I softly touched his neck, found the jugular that was just in between the tissues, and jabbed the letter opener into his neck. David had trained us on how to find this over and over for the murders and the ceremonies. I pulled it out as he yelled out and turned his whole body towards me and lunged at me. I quickly pulled back and jumped off the bed, hitting the east wall of the bedroom with my back, and held the knife/letter opener out in front of me with both hands. Then he dropped and he was bleeding all over my pillow. David came in and was with surprise, looked at me and asked me what I had done. He saw me holding the letter opener. He looked at him and then ran and got Rosie. Rosie came in and didn't really look shocked, but started assessing the situation. She and David talked back and forth for a while. At one point, she said something about how it was a good thing he was visiting. I was used to Redacted dealing with situations when they had to dispose of a person's body, probably Rachel. Rosie eventually yelled for Redacted. I think this is Rachel, because she describes being called in hers. Rachel came upstairs and she started giving her instructions of things to get for her. Rachel came in with the blue tarp, or someone did. It says Redacted. I was somewhat in shock. Redacted came up a bit later from downstairs. Rosie was telling everyone what to do, and I was supposed to help David cut up the body in the kitchen so he could take it to a bunch of places. I did as I was told. David brought out his toolbox, and I would cringe when he would break, pry, or saw the bones. Blood got all over me. Rosie wouldn't let me put any clothes on while I did this. While we cut, Rosie brought out her big stainless steel bowls and told David and I to put the good and large chunks of meat and bone, the bone was for soups, in them, which she later cooked, fed to us, and used in her torture tactics. She also used them to drain any blood into. Oh, yeah, I just wanted to mention that. They also would often show them photos of very mutilated bodies, dead bodies of children and adults. A lot. They just have them in the drawer next to the dresser or whatever. Just thought I'd mention that. She also used them to drain any blood into. Later, when I got married, Rosie gave me the same style of stainless steel bowls as my wedding gift from her. It was a Saturday night because David had more work on Sunday and was mad about this ruining his sleep. It was already a plan that us girls were going to stay home sick on Sunday from church so that this now dead man could have raped us all. We finished, and David picked me up and carried me into the bathroom shower and told me to clean up so I could help. When I got out, I put on some clothes and ran outside to the carport to see what David and they were doing with the body. It was really dark, and David turned the lights off in the car. Turned the lights off. He packed stuff in it like wood and tools and stuff and then left. We cleaned the rest of the night. Rosie was very particular about how we cleaned and then how we cleaned ourselves afterwards. She bleached several white towels. Just last November, Rosie gave these same old white towels that had been bleached so many times over the years. I gave it to her, I guess. With a smile, she asked me if I remembered them when she handed them to me. She did a check on everything. That's what I'm talking about, how they would like try to remind them of stuff. She did a check of everything. We cleaned and then checked us, our nails, scalps, etc., to make sure we had no blood on us. As it was getting light outside, Redacted wanted us to use the morning light to do another thorough check in the bedroom, hallways, kitchen, TV room, laundry room, and out to the car to ensure there was no more blood anywhere. Every sign of blood seemed to be gone. By the way, I shared the Google Drive link for all these witness statements. So it's in the comments below the video. Show notes or whatever. David didn't get back until morning when he told Rosie in front of us how he drove all night to different areas and dispersed body parts. David and Rosie beat me black and blue that Sunday, and Rosie put me in the bathtub with ice in it when they were done hurting me. Oh, here's the one about Ann Gregerson, the sculptor lady, the one who started crying, saying she understands how she feels. Okay, well, anyway, this is getting long. I have had 4-hour streams before, so maybe I'll go another 20 minutes or something. I really like to sort of like try and cover everything and get it, but this is a continuing thing. Like it's still going on. I don't know why I couldn't find the video of, this is just a photo of the thing today. Here's some photos. This is from We Are the People Utah pod. Oh, I'm not sharing it. Dang it. So this is Timothy Nathan Tuttle. This is from Goel's presentation on We Are the People Utah. Timothy Nathan Tuttle, David Lee Hamblin's brother-in-law through marriage to his sister Cree Hamblin, a.k.a. Mara Gray. Oh, she have a different name now. Allegedly raped the Hamblin children as part of the CS. He was convicted of molesting his adopted daughter and died shortly afterwards from throat cancer. Okay, so he's dead. I need to add that to my note. I like to write if they're deceased. But yeah, so a lot of the people involved have, in other situations, been shown to be child abusers. Let's see what else we got. This is Paul and Ann Larson, alleged CS members, helped produce the film A Good Day to Die, featuring James Warren Flaming Eagle Mooney. That's not the movie you're thinking of. I think that's like, there's these people that go to his ceremonies and they take peyote and they think that they're like exercising like bad emotional problems or something. They do it like therapy. According to Rachel Hamblin, they allegedly hosted CS sacrifice ceremonies in their home. Paul Larson allegedly shot some of the child pornography films starring the Hamblin children as The Three Graces. Paul Larson also allegedly raped Rachel Hamblin during a 1993 game of No Bears Out Tonight in Spring City. Yeah, so they would all go like almost kind of like Red Rover and link arms in the dark and go walking outside. And it was a game called No Bears Out Tonight. And the adults would run by making growling noises and trying to scare them, and occasionally snatch one of them, yank them out of the linked group, and run off with them and do bad things to them in the barn or somewhere else or wherever. What else? Tom and Paula Schultz, alleged members of the CS and participants in the rape of the Hamblin children. LDS artists currently based in Missouri. Paula Schultz is currently director and conductor of the River City Youth Choir and director of programming for the Jabberwocky Theater Camps. Here's James Mooney. He's white, but he thinks he's an Indian. James and Linda Mooney, co-founders of Oklevueha Native American Church. James Mooney is a self-styled medicine man conducting ceremonies with peyote. So David Hamblin wanted to be like him, I guess. David Hamblin and Joe Benyon had an extensive relationship with Mooney through the 90s. Mooney allegedly drugged and raped children as part of the CS's rituals. Can I skip to the next one, maybe? Here's Brian Kapner, filmmaker and alleged CS member. LDS filmmaker allegedly filmed and produced the child pornography film starring Rachel, Eliza, and Catherine Hamblin as the Three Graces. He participated in the rapes of the Hamblin children, and I believe he's the one who made videos that were shown at the temple when people would get married. Here's James D. Harmston, polygamist and founder of the True and Living Church of Jesus Christ of Saints of the Last Days. He just changes the name a little bit. Allegedly performed polygamous sealings with Hamblin's group in the Manti Temple after hours. During those sealings, Harmston allegedly raped Eliza Hamblin. Well, if he's a member, I don't know who it was talking about when they were like saying, don't tell them that we're, I don't know, different polygamists, I guess. Harmston also allegedly raped a 6-year-old girl in the Spring City Cemetery during a CS ritual. Lincoln Kevin Kelly and Khalil Julia Johnson Kelly allegedly paid David Lee Hamblin for training in forcing their children to comply with ritual abuse. Kevin Kelly was one of the advertising executives who left Bonneville Communications to go with Gordon Bowen to Ogilvy Mather in New York City. Gordon Bowen, the skin suit man. The Kellys allegedly raped and abused the Hamblin children. Randall Lake, artist in Spring City, allegedly raped children in the CS's ceremonies, prominent advocate for LGBTQIA acceptance in the LDS. Oh, here's Kershishnik. So one of the things, like, it was talking about the something 8, crap, I forgot. The people that got excommunicated, like, some of them got excommunicated. There are people trying to, like, how can we worship our Heavenly Mother? Like, trying to get that going. And, instead of just having, like, the male God going on. Anyway, so LDS painter Brian Kershishnik, he learned to paint in Lee Benyon's studio in Spring City. Lee Benyon is the one married to the potter. Kershishnik allegedly retained the services of David Lee Hamblin to train the Kershishnik children to comply with ritual abuse. Kershishnik also allegedly raped the Hamblin daughters on multiple occasions. Katie Hamblin, Catherine, alleged that Kershishnik raped her at least 15 times. Oh, and then it's just back to his weird art. So that's just some of them there. Oh, here's that video I was looking for. This is from today. Oh, no, it's the same one as the same short one. Dang it, what the heck? Oh, I thought I saved it in here. Whatever, it's fine. I'm trying to load it on my Telegram, but it keeps not. It's kind of long. But, okay, what else can we do here? I love his articles, investigations in ritual abuse. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just kind of very obsessed with this now. Yeah, it's like their grand aunts participating in the abuse, and I don't know. I guess this is getting kind of long, so maybe I should just stop. That you get the idea. But how involved are Native American reservations with this group? What other organizations, satanic or otherwise, are involved with the Satanic LDS Church? Yeah, so you see the Native Americans get involved a little bit here and there. This is the weird thing with David Levitt, the guy who's having the press conference. He has all sorts of questionable adoptions. Like, right before he took off to Scotland, he had basically illegally obtained a baby Native American girl. I forgot her name, but like her father was looking for her all over the place, didn't know where she was. Her mother, who had an addiction problem, gave her to David Levitt. And it's like against the law for a non-Native American couple to take a baby like that. Like there's rules. There's like, they want to keep them with their people, understandably. I understand that. And David Levitt thinks he's like racist against white people, that they won't let him take whatever Native American babies he wants whenever he wants, I guess. So basically he talks about it on camera, how he offered a bribe to the chieftain, the chief of the tribe or whatever, saying that he could arrange a deal for him to, I guess, profit off of like selling a herd of buffaloes in order to introduce buffalo to the Ukraine. David Levitt, press conference guy, has weird connections to the Ukraine, which is, known for being very corrupt and having a lot of sex trafficking. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say they're involved in sex trafficking, most likely, allegedly. And that's illegal right there, like trying to bribe someone so you can get a baby. And but he somehow got his hands on that baby, and they took off to Ukraine. And like for over a year, the father was trying to find out where his daughter was, and they still have that baby, which is terrifying. And they're on Instagram showing them like renovating this castle. It's like Knockberry Castle. I wonder if I can find it. I still have Instagram pulled up. Can I search Instagram? I don't really understand Instagram. Oh crap, I'm not logged in. Never mind. Well, maybe is it type. Is it Knockberry Castle or Berry? Knockberry. Oh, is this it? Yep, here they are. There's David Levitt. Oh, damn it. I'm not logged in. How many secret passages are there in the castle? Oh, I bet they'll love that. Maybe I can log in. Where's my phone? Dang it. I don't know. I can't remember my logins for that, so I have to look it up. I have like big long passwords and stuff. Instagram. Okay, hold on. I almost never go on Instagram. Oh, that's not supposed to be there. Okay, let's try. Sure, save my login. Okay, now we can do it. Yeah, so here's them.
Secret staircase that we're uncovering. Look at that.
There's actually stairs.
Are there stairs there? When we first bought the castle, one of our first jobs was to survey what this entire castle looked like. What everybody missed, with a little effort, this door opens up into what really is just a secret room. And inside the secret room is where the architects and the engineers found what they thought was going to be, and they were right, a hidden staircase. All of this time we have seen that this circular staircase in the turret comes down and then out. What we didn't notice was that this concrete certainly does not appear to be concrete from 1896. Then you can also see this wall with a power outlet. I think we all just took it for granted that that's the way it was, but the stairs from the turret actually begins on the other side. And so if we take this wall out, this staircase will continue down. And who knows what the purpose was originally, but what is certain that we can take this wall out, restore this step, and have this circular staircase continue down to capture access into the room below.
We think this might be.
Let's see, Shalom.
How many secret passages are there in the castle? I don't even know.
When do we expect to be done with the renovations?
What mysteries of the castle have yet to be solved? How does one go about finding a castle for sale?
What are you going to do with the castle? Well, I can tell you what we're not going to do.
Is Knockdrake Castle haunted? How many secret passages are there?
I don't know. So there's that. Like I said, they're like highly online. Let's show you Brian Kershishnik a little bit. You know, I also have these statements pulled up on here where I'm not a robot. This is Eliza's. Let's see if he's mentioned in this one. Yeah, his name is mentioned just twice in hers. She talks about a ceremony where they killed someone. American Fork Canyon. They would take him up to the canyon, hoping to entice Cain from the Bible to come to them. David and many others in the group believe that Cain is still roaming the earth. Many times we would go camping up American Fork Canyon, where David and some of his friends believed Cain lives in a cave, so that they could try to talk to him. Rosie and David would take Redacted and me as bait, and they would also carry items that were of religious influence in order to draw Cain to us. David hoped that by doing this, he could meet him and receive blessings from him that would place David above the other group members. After a while of Cain not showing up, Rosie and David forced Redacted's and me to claim that we had seen Cain talking with David and blessing him. Interesting. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, here's like his art. Brian Kershishnik. Yeah, his most recent thing is called The Difficult Part. Brian Kershishnik, a mid-career retrospective, open to the public at the BYU Museum of Art until May 3rd, 2025. So yeah, it is weird that the church continues to elevate these people and BYU and stuff. They don't seem to have a problem with them being accused of horrific crimes. Art, where is it? Whatever. I don't know. I wanted to show his TED Talk a little bit. It's very boring. They're very mediocre. Here it is.
Creatively. And at this time of year, I depend heavily upon the virtuous and honest creativity of an accountant that I love very dearly. But the thing I want to talk to you about tonight is that to be human is a creative field. And it's not the domain of so-called creatives. It is our birthright. And actually the point that I want to make is that it is something that we already are. I'm not going to talk tonight about my creativity.
He does not come from like a long bloodline of membership in this satanic group. I believe he was like a convert, because they do have their own version of proselytizing that they try to gain new members. Got to be careful with that, obviously. I wonder if there's SRA activity in that area of Scotland. I wouldn't be surprised. Isn't Scottish Freemason? Isn't that like a Scottish rite? I don't know. I also wonder if there's any secret societies operating near that castle. Yeah, there's a lot that we could help Goel investigate a lot of this stuff. Like if we were.
I want to talk about yours. And I'm not just talking about the process of making stuff, which is wonderful and therapeutic and enjoyable, and we all do it and we all should do it. Take
They're good at acting like normal people, I'll tell you that.
raw materials and make something new out of it. I'm talking about a kind of innovative creativity that of necessity involves the unknown. And there are intrusions constantly in all of our lives, hundreds a day, of the unknown or unexpected into our lives. And this innovative creativity is the way that we confront.
I forgot to tell you, so Gordon Bowen was given $20 million by the LDS Church to make a film about Jesus. And he screened it for I think this was before he got excommunicated. I'm not sure, but you would think. M. Russell Ballard, who is dead now, was like very involved with him, with the Punisher, Skin Suit Man, Gordon Bowen. Anyway, so he screened his shitty film to the LDS guys, and it was so uncomfortable. He had strange ideas about Jesus, and it was homoerotic, and what else there were, people that commented on it saying that it was demonic and that they just hated it. It was incredibly awkward, and they were like, oh, what the fuck? Like, it was never released, and it's probably just, it got shelved, but gave him $20 million to make a movie about Jesus. That guy. We need innovative creativity. Makes hundreds of mediocre pots. Yeah. Well, this is not the potter, by the way, but yeah. The potter's wife taught this guy how to paint. This is the guy who did like the weird...
either problems we've never seen before or problems we have seen before, but with new solutions.
He's just kind of boring.
That God creates the world out of chaos. Chaos is where all the stuff is. And chaos is where the resources are. And I found that to be true in my work as well. So I want to talk to you about two habits or practices that have been very useful to me in embracing chaos, in harvesting.
Okay, here we go. Teaching others how to do therapy. I believe this is Eliza's statement. David and Rosie were famous for being able to manipulate their... this is Catherine. Famous for being able to manipulate their children so well. People thought they could force their children to do anything. Many parents within these groups wanted to know how to manipulate their own children. They would pay a lot of money and or trade a lot to watch and see how they did things and be trained by Rosie and David. Brian Krasiznik really wanted to learn how to manipulate and control his child. This guy. So he and Suzanne, his wife, were willing to pay or trade a large amount to make that happen. The following experience describes their interest in what David and Rosie would do to their own children. More experiences with Brian and Suzanne Krasiznik between the years 1990 and 1998. We went to their home/studio at least one other time. However, they also both came to Redacted's events at the house, the Spring City house, and at least twice to the Provo house for training. David and Rosie also did the same kind of training in the Provo and Spring City houses. I remember 2 different times in the Provo house. Once when they taught Brian and Suzanne other torture games, how to scare the kids and torture them during the day. And the other time is when they gave Redacted his other name, a part of him. And I think they're talking about Noah Krasiznik, that would, in their words, one day take over and be the main portion of his spirit to rule his body. I also remember a time in Provo where they came to our house and they did a sacrificial ceremony where they sacrificed a dog. They prayed over it, offering it to Lucifer, and then forced Noah to kill it, I believe, says Redacted. But the dog was a short-haired, whitish-gray small dog. Redacted was terrified, probably Noah, as his dad forced him to cut its belly and throat with a knife. He held his hand for most of it. After the ceremony, Brian told Redacted to suck on David's penis. Brian raped Redacted afterwards. I had to suck on Rosie's vagina, her own mother. At one point, however, David and Brian were having anal sex. The orgy went on for a while, and things changed around. They were laughing and praising Lucifer, the son of the morning. Khalil Kelly was trained by David, and David would often use us so they could have an example and then practice. During these times, we were raped by Khalil or had to participate in sexual activities with the both of them, and sometimes all Redacted together, Rosie and David and Kevin and Khalil. This happened many times in Spring City and Provo when the Kellys visited around 1995 to 1997. Shalom Levitt and her sister also took part in the same training. I heard Shalom and David have sex in his office several different times as a girl and know that there was more than one reason she went to him. Rosie often told me of Shalom and her sister who spent a lot of time trying to understand what David and Rosie could do so well to control their children. Shalom met with David in the Provo house for the most part, and sometimes Spring City or her house in Nephi. I remember one night the Levitts invited Redacted over for dinner, and after dinner they called Rachel Tabitha again and made her do sexual things to herself, to me, and others. David and Shalom loved it, and David Hamblin loved the attention. He was grinning the whole evening. Joe and Lee Benyon also were trained by David to learn these things, and they traded all sorts of things with Rosie and David for us. Rosie and Lee had a competition going or a rivalry over who was more seductive, powerful, or who ranked higher in their group. She laughed and said how she made Lee paint Rosie's portrait in exchange for what Joe wanted, which was sometimes sex with Rosie. Joe and Lee did sessions with David in the Spring City and Provo houses since we moved to Utah and up until 1998. Okay, I don't really know how to end this. I got to think of, I should prepare that before I start to like have like a good way to end things. I don't know. I'm sorry for confusing my satanic pedophiles. I know. Well, you know, I introduced a lot of names here today, but back to the Joseph Smith thing. I'm going to end this. This is how it all began with the normal Mormons.
I had no strength.
His first vision in the sacred grove.
And calm filled my mind. My soul was filled with love. For many days I could rejoice with great joy in the Lord who was with me. I had received a promise that the fullness of the gospel should at some future time be made known unto me. And I had actually seen a light. And in the midst of that light, I saw two personages. And they did, in reality, speak to me. I knew it, and I knew God knew it. And I could not deny it.
All right. How about I end it? This is going to take like forever to upload with my slow internet, so. Truly, this is a day long to be remembered, a day in which the God of heaven has begun to restore the ancient order of his kingdom, to bring about the completion of the fullness of the gospel, to prepare the earth for the return of his glory. Yeah, I do believe he would be rolling over in his grave if he knew about all this. All right. That'll do it. That'll do it. Thank you for coming. Let's end it there. I just had to talk about that. I really wanted to do an episode about surveillance and stuff like that, but this new obsession happened. So that's it. And I'm going to end it. Okay. Thank you. Sorry for the horrible stuff I read, but I don't know. I want those. I wish I could go back in time and save those girls and all the others, the people that got sacrificed and all that. And this is an ongoing situation in Utah. So I don't feel like enough attention is being paid to this or given to it. So I don't know. That's that. That's the end. Thank you. I appreciate you. Good night.